Good morning, all. We are ready to start the proceedings this Friday. We are ready to please make sure that your cell phones are off. We don't want disturbances. Please make sure that your cell phones are off. We don't want disturbances. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chaskelson.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning, Mr. Chaskelson.
Morning, Chair. Morning, Commissioners.
Good morning, Deputy Chief Dlamini. Good morning, Deputy Chief Dlamini. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Yes, Mr. Chaskelson. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Chaskelson.
Chair, Chair, I've just been told that the Deputy Chief has another document. I've just been told that the Deputy Chief has another document that he wants to put before the Commission in response to the Commissioner's request at his last appearance. Produced a series of documents. And I think it might make sense to start with the new documents that the new documents that Deputy Chief has produced. I haven't seen the latest document that I haven't seen the latest document you want to put up. So can we deal with it at the end of the list? Can we deal with it at the end of the list? Maybe you can take, the Commission the documents that you produced in response to their request, the documents and they're in file 5 in response to their request, and they're in file 5. I hope you have a file 5 there.
Yes.
I hope you have a file 5 there.
Yes.
And if I can provide some context, I think from pages 1 to 34. What you're dealing with there is invoices. What you're dealing with there is invoices in relation to ad hoc security services and some correspondence in that regard. And can I just confirm with you that? Can I just confirm with you that we have an invoice at page 1 sheet? We have an invoice for the company tracking sheet in relation to the company triotic additional ad hoc in relation to the additional ad hoc services that they performed up to 6 March 2025. The date 6 March 2025. The date 6 March 2025. Right-hand corner of that document. And then the invoices themselves. And then the invoices themselves appear from pages 3 to 7. 3 together with a cover sheet that summarizes together with a cover sheet that summarizes them on page 2.
That's correct.
Would that be correct? And then
that's correct.
We have a similar situation in relation to the company. We have a similar situation in relation to the company Mukhalakali. Again, an invoice tracking sheet on page 8. An invoice tracking sheet on page 8. Invoices for ad hoc security services that were still outstanding on the 6th of March 2025. Outstanding on the 6th of March 2025. Sheet on page 9. And then the invoices themselves from 10 to 14. And then the invoices themselves from 10 to 14. Then we get to Gubis. Then we get to Gubis 15. And on page we have again that we have invoice tracking sheet. Again that 6 March invoice tracking sheet as of 6 March. The summary sheet. The summary sheet page 16. But when we get to page 16, I should just. But when we get to page 16, the summary sheet doesn't point out that what the summary sheet doesn't include. Gubis invoice is Royval 001. Gubis invoice was the one from Royval 001, which was the one from the previous financial year. And then the invoices that are referred to on the invoices that are referred to on the from pages summary sheet are dealt with from pages 17 through to I think 25 through to I think 25, along with a statement, 23, along with a statement, 23. 22, there is a consolidated statement. 22, there is a consolidated statement at page 23. Then, page 24. Page 24 is a confirmation that that Gubis did perform the services in those invoices. Reflected in those invoices. That is from JT Seleka in your department. JT Seleka in your department. It's signed Deputy Director Budget Control and Procurement Management. It's signed Deputy Director Budget Control and Procurement Management Services. On page 25, on page 25 and 26, there is an email chain. There is an email chain dealing with the complaints by Gubis and the complaints by Gubis and failure of the city as of failure of the city as of the email chain ends in. I think the email chain ends in the email chain. The substantive content of the email chain ends February 26. The substantive content of February 26 February 26. So as of February 26, this was Gubis' complaint about page 27. There's a statement along with the invoices running that we've already seen. Invoices running from page that we've already seen to page running from page 28 to page 34. On page 35, you have a screenshot taken off the city's web page, which identifies city's web page, which identifies is it the pending tenders that are being advertised? The pending tenders that are being advertised?
Yes, it's as is the. I attached the website where tender bid ratio.
So it's the bid register. It's the website where you can find the bid register. It's the website where you can find the bid register.
Yes.
I see. And on the following page, it's the same website. And on the following page, it's the same website, but the tab bid register. So if you click on one of those tenders, you'll get this register. So if you click on one of those tenders, you'll get this register. If you click on tender bid register, you'll get the register.
Yes.
Then on page from page 37 to page 64 to page 64. Attach a copy of a bid committee submission in another completely independent submission in another completely independent. The subject matter of the tender is not relevant to our proceedings. As I understand it, the tender is not relevant to our proceedings. As I understand it,
it's not relevant. Just wanted to demonstrate what is the report document. The BEC.
What a BEC report looks like, and what a BEC report looks like, and the reason, as I understand it, contrast. Your reason for doing this was to contrast, which is a confidential document, this document with the bid register, a confidential document with the bid register, which is not.
Correct. That's it.
That's explained in your. That's explained email to the commission. Your page 65. Email to the commission at page 65. You have that. You have that.
Yes. It's the link attached. Yes, it's the link attached.
And on page 67, on page you attach what is the you attach what is the bid register. The bid register for TMPD3 of 24. Tender bid register for TMPD3 of 24-25. Is there anything that you would like to highlight? Is there anything that you would like to highlight about these documents beyond what we've just gone through?
No, I'll do so. I think I'll do so. I think during cross-examination, as it was not confidential document, as it was not confidential document, as it was alleged.
We'll get to that in due course.
Confidential document.
We'll get to that in due course. Now, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that I haven't seen the latest documents that you have submitted. Can I, if you just bear with me for 1 minute, submitted. Can I, if the commissioners have, if you just bear with me for 1 minute, I'm not sure if the commissioners have received a copy. Can I ask that we deal with that document after the tea break? Can I ask that we deal with that document after the tea break so that we can, just briefly, if you can describe to me what that document is. Just briefly, if you can describe to me what that document is so that I know what I'm looking for.
It's an email that relates to HR matters. It's an email that relates to HR matters.
Yes.
Remember, there are HR issues that are here.
Thank you. We'll have a copy made in the tea adjournment. Thank you. We'll have a copy made in the tea adjournment and circulate.
Correct.
Then, if we can then start to the questioning and I just needed to clarify a few issues arising out of your statement, which is in file 1. Arising out of your statement, which is in file 1. And file 1 is essentially paginated series of documents. The first set of paginated series of documents. The first set of pagination relates to the two statements for the annexures. And then, so if I'm going to refer you to an annex, I'll say annexure. So if I'm going to refer you to an annex, I'll say annexure page 1, but it will still be file 1. And what I wanted to clarify first of all, what your job entails in the Tshwane Municipal Police Department, an issue that you deal with in police departments, an issue that you deal with in page 9 on page of file 1. Sorry, page 9 in your statement of file 1, and in your statement, and then you refer also to an organogram, and then you refer also to an organogram of the annexure, page 155 of the annexure, also in file 1. So can I take you to also in file 1? So can I take you to read what you say in page 45, and then maybe if you can read what you say in page 45, and then maybe if you can explain it in more detail. 45 you say the organogram. My subordinate sections in the support and administrative. My subordinate sections division include administration bureau, administration division support, administration bureau, police logistics, management administration, internal affairs, and ceremonial administration, employee wellness, and ceremonial and employee wellness. And then you referred to an annexure listed under paragraph 45 to an annexure listed under paragraph 45, which is an organogram. That appears from page 155. That appears from page 155. So can we go to that organogram? So can we go to that organogram? It's best to start at page 156 where there is a high level. Start at page 156 where there is a high level of the 4 departments that fall under you, of the 4 departments that fall under you, the 4 sub-departments, directorates that fall under you.
What's the file number?
The same file.
Same. What's the file number?
Same file.
Same.
But there are 2
you said page
156.
You said page
156.
156. Thank you.
And there we see those 4 directorates, management and administrative support. There we see those 4 directorates, management and administration bureau and internal affairs. Administration bureau and internal affairs. And very briefly, can you just describe to me what? And very briefly, can you just describe to me what responsible for each of these directorates? Not looking for much detail, but just broadly. I'm not looking for much detail, but just broadly.
Thanks, SC. I think I've done it. Thanks, SC.
Previously, when I was
reading my statement
previously when I was
commissioners on pertinent matters to the commissioners commission, but I'll do it again briefly for you. But I'll do it when we come to management and admin support. When we come to management and admin support, that's mass. I mean, with issues of finance, issues of HR, issues of finance, issues of HR, OHS. Issues of OHS, performance management and so forth. Performance management where they deal with project management, as I indicated. Project management, as I indicated. Contract management issues of assisting contract management, bid specifications, divisions with bid specifications, ensuring that tenders get issues of ensuring that they are awarded, they are awarded, and they draft assisting various division to ensure that SLAs various divisions to ensure that in order to are in place, assist in order accounts payable that assist SLA should accounts payable loaded on sub, SLA should contracts loaded on sub, loaded in sub, contracts when payments get loaded in sub, so that when payments get done, contract for they can such a payment and contract and also such a payment at the beginning of the financial year you'll at the beginning of the financial year you could have picked it up that if you are not in the city, you might not. If you are not in the city, you might not. You might confuse the processes. You might confuse the CFO was processes. He outlined the question of CFO was here. He outlined the question of creating receiving an invoice and so forth. Creating started it POs and so forth. Second step started it, which create a second step, which create an assumption that in the city of Tshwane you work an assumption that in the city of Tshwane you work before a why PO it's not the case generated. Why each and every financial year, at the beginning of the each and every financial year, the finance section accounts payable. Once the finance section accounts payable, once the budget requisitions, they create POs. Create the requisitions, they create POs. For instance, given a uniform 10. For instance, we have POs at the beginning of the financial year. Create POs at the beginning of the company B to say we need 500 company B to say we need 500 trousers. Company B September comes and say we can company B September comes and say we can only deliver 500 trousers. They deliver 500 trousers. Then you deliver an invoice. Create a requisition again. Start now. You create a requisition again. Quantities that you create a PO. You have a quantities that were for the entire financial. You have a PO. Given an example. For the entire financial. South African given an example. We don't know how many infringement notices. We don't know how many infringement notices. So we create a PO for the entire year. So we create a PO for the entire year that debit against. So that PO you can't work in the city without. You can't work in the city but the CFO started in the middle but when the CFO started in the middle so it created an impression going to pay. So it created an impression giving an invoice. Start by working, then we give in an invoice. Just wanted
I appreciate that clarification because I also appreciate that clarification because I also was quite confused by what the CFO said in that regard because he that the PO only gets issued after the work is done. That the PO only gets issued after the work is done.
No, he started the process when he started the process when work has been delivered. Work has been delivered. I'm giving an example with the come with an invoice. I'm giving an example with PO for 1,000 trousers. Create a PO for 1,000 trousers. The supplier can only manufacture 500. The supplier can only manufacture when he comes and delivers 500. When he comes and delivers 500. They certify the requisition and a PO for 500. Create a requisition and a PO has been created for the entire. But the PO has been created for the entire. So for South African post services, for South African budget is segmented in quarters because our budget is segmented in quarters and so forth. As soon as we receive an entire year, because we're not sure how many infringement, because we're not sure how many infringement notices are they going to post. So as soon as they're posted, they are sure. So as soon as they posted, what they are sure. We verify against what then posted and the invoice process again. So it's twofold. That process again. So it's twofold.
Can you explain that using the security contract? Explain that using the security contract. Just explain it so that we understand.
The security contract, because we know it's a contract. The security contract, because we know it's a contract. There are figures in that contract. We create requisition and PO. We create requisition and PO. For instance, let me take for a supplier for red ends. A supplier demolish for checks as and when they are demolish checks as and when we're not aware how many checks will be demolished. We're not aware how many same applies we create POs for the same applies we create POs. So it works against it debit against so it works against as soon as we receive an invoice POs. So as soon as we receive an invoice PO of the requisition again we do a PO of the exact debit figure of an invoice.
So in a sense, the PO is upfront.
It's upfront.
So in a sense, the PO is upfront. What the CFO said. That's not what the CFO said. We tried to contradict on. We tried to contradict. In fact, yesterday, one of major peers also contradicted also contradicted CFO said. I think it was the very last bullet of that annex. I think it was the very last bullet of that. Remember which one it was? Do you perhaps remember which one it was? But do you remember the annex I'm referring to? But do you remember the annex I'm referring to? We did not raise it specifically. We did not raise it specifically concern his testimony. But going through it, we actually saw it. But going through it, we actually saw that it also contradicted what the chief. And we saw that it also contradicted what the chief financial officer had said. Yes, Mr. Shaskalson. Yes, Mr. Shaskalson.
Commissioner, to indicate to say the CFO might not indicate to say the CFO might not be started the process is correct. He only started the process upon the duty of each and every ensure that departmental at the beginning of financial year. At the beginning of financial generated before work POs get generated before work can be executed.
I think I may have to come to the defense of the CFO here because it's not something I usually do. But it's not something I usually do. I heard your explanation slightly differently. I heard your explanation slightly differently in relation to the post office example, or even the ad hoc in relation to security example, or even the ad hoc. There is a purchase order issued at the start of the financial year based on what your budget for the financial year, based on what your budget for the whole.
Yes.
Sorry, at least it's not me. Sorry, at least it's not me.
My apologies, Commissioner. I thought I switched these phones off. I thought I switched these phones off. Apologies. Yes.
No problem.
Apologies.
Deputy Chief.
Yes.
No problem.
If it's any consolation, Deputy Chief, I've done that also. If it's any consolation, Deputy Chief, I've done that also. And let's take the ad hoc security services where there are a number of different ad hoc security services where there are a number of different. You have a budget for the whole service. You have a budget for the whole, say, 8 service providers. You have, say, 8 service providers. You estimate. You then divide the budget by 8 for each of the service providers by 8. Either you do that for each of the service providers, is going to estimate which portion of the budget provider is going to. But will you issue a purchase order? But will you issue for each service provider at the start of the each service provider at the start of the financial year?
Let's go on the ad hoc. The tender when it get advertised, the tender when it get advertised, 2 portions of advertised with 2 portions of to say what are your fixed rate per month per guard, what are your fixed rate per month. So as soon as the contract get awarded, it has got a fixed monthly fee. It has got a fixed monthly fee providers of that particular ad hoc services, it's as and when ad hoc services, these are not as and when services, these are not they can come for 3 months, they can come for 3 months, they can go. So these are not arises, and so these are not incumbent upon incumbent assets protection services as they receive a request, as they receive either a request, electricity from housing or electricity from housing, additional guards. For to say maybe additional we are busy upgrading, to say maybe power station busy upgrading additional power station, will say we'll need additional guards. They cost the additional guards, require and they cost the guards from the service provider to say how much, because already they have to say how rates for because already they have to say rates for so many guards provided. This will be for so many guards give to the service department to say identify for us a GL account, identify for us which will be journal to ensure that which will be journal to ensure that this payment it's not within the because washman within the washman service annual budget. So we create purchase order for annual budget. So we create purchase order for service providers for the duration of on the washman a year. So those comes as additional. So those comes as additional to ensure general. GL to ensure general.
But when does the purchase order, the electricity? Let's take an example. The electricity department says, let's take an example. The electricity department says we are going to need about to do some work at a substation. We're going to need ad hoc security for protection. So we're going to need 2 guards 24 hours a day, 2 guards 24 hours a day. At that point, you designate one provider who you want to provide those guards. One provider you already have fixed rates for those, so you know what you already have fixed rates for those. Is that the point at which the purchase order gets issued? Is that the point at which the purchase order gets issued?
They designate a GL with the figure. They designate a GL accounts payable, finance department accounts payable, finance department hours. Then they create a
but
PO.
It happens before you actually deploy. Before you actually deploy to site. It should happen before you deploy to site. It should happen before you deploy to site.
Get deployed, yes.
Right, and then then what needs to happen is you identify. What needs to happen is the GL. You identify the GL. The place on the general ledger that provides for this. The place on the general ledger that provides. Once you're satisfied that there is provision for it in the general ledger. Once you're satisfied that there is provision for it in the general ledger. You know what the numbers are going to be because you know what the numbers are going to be because you've already got a contract that says per week or 24,000 rands. Per week or whatever. You issue the purchase order. You issue the purchase order. Provide the services on site pursuant to the purchase order. Provide the services on site pursuant to the purchase order and the deployment. And once they've provided the services, they invoice you. And once they've provided the services, but by the time the invoice comes in, there should be a purchase order. But by the time the invoice comes in, there should be a purchase order that covers it.
Correct. Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, that was a bit of a diversion, but it was sorry. That was a bit of a diversion, but it was something that we did need to clarify. If we go back to your, you're talking about one, and maybe the best place to go to is, and maybe the best place to go to is 157, where you give us 157, where you give us a fairly detailed description of the one, of directorates underneath you, the management and administrative directorates underneath you, the management and administrative support.
May this please be projected and expanded? One 157. 00156 for a few seconds. 00156 for a few seconds.
So if we go to 156, we see you have four different 156. We see you have four different. The one that we've been looking at is management and admin support. The one that we've been looking at is management and admin support. The leasing logistics support. There are three others: the leasing logistics internal affairs, administration bureau, and internal affairs. You have described both in your statement on page 157 and the organogram on page 157 and also management and administrative previous hearing. Can you very management and administrative support? Can you very briefly describe Bureau and Internal Affairs deal with? Support Administration Bureau and Internal Affairs deal with?
Policing logistics deal with the department, fleet and the management of the department, and the issues of logistics issues of department uniform of the department uniform, which is vehicles, fleet, which is building maintenance, and all equipment. IT, and all equipment. IT. They deal with those aspects. Of assisting. Deal with those aspects, ensuring that assisting. The department IT gets set and so forth. They also IT gets set and so forth. Ensuring that issues. Assets management, ensuring that assets managed to ensure that accordingly assets get managed accordingly. Ensure that all assets get registered. Ensure that all assets get registered and they are managed accordingly.
And Administration Bureau?
Administration Bureau deals, Administration Bureau deals, infringement, capturing of infringement, capturing of infringement. The divisions go out to issue notices. The divisions go out upon issue notices to ensure that it's upon these capture notices. They are posted on capture notices. They are posted on e-notice. They liaise, with, RTMC in ensuring that, all the RTMC in ensuring that, posted, all liaise with SAPO, in terms of the receiving invoices and payment of such. Receiving invoices and payment of such. South African Post Office. South African Post Office. So they deal with that also. They deal with issues of. They deal with that also. They deal with ensuring that they follow up, ensuring that issuing executions of warrants, executions of warrants. So that's the section of arrest and so forth. So that's the section basically that deals with that.
And Internal Affairs?
Internal Affairs deals with issues of internal affairs, investigation of investigation departmental laws if members are involved. Departmental laws, accident members are involved. If the member was at fault, to investigate damage and loss control, or damage and loss control issues. Liaise with legals on litigations. Liaise with legals on litigations. Conduct also issues of. Conduct within the department.
Thank you. So, thank you. So, you've clarified for me what I needed to understand. You've clarified for me what I needed. Moving forward, unless the commissioners have any other questions. Moving forward, unless the commissioners have any other questions going to move to another description area of your statement. I'm going to move to another area of your statement. At page 3, of your statement, you describe your relationship with Sergeant and Corsy. And you say you met him when he was still at primary school in Soshanguve. You say you met him when you were both from the same neighborhood, Soshanguve, and you're both from the same neighborhood. I became actively involved. And you say in 1996 I became actively involved, which was when I started having close interaction with Sergeant, which was when I started having close interaction with Sergeant and Corsy used to frequent the business, and he would volunteer to clean the vehicles, and he would volunteer to clean the vehicles. So I'm assuming the family business was a taxi business. So I'm assuming the family business was a taxi business. And do you still have that taxi business? And do you still have that taxi business? And how many taxis are in the family business? In your family business?
CS, don't think that it's disclosed here. CS.
Sorry, you don't think it's a relevant disclosure? Sorry, you don't think it's a relevant disclosure? I want to ask the question.
No.
Well, I want to ask the question. Object about. You want me to justify it? I mean, are you relevant? You want me to justify the relevance of it?
Please do, Mr. Chancellor.
Well, what we're investigating here, investigating allegations of people who are linked investigating allegations of people who are linked to the taxi industry, who are linked to the taxi industry and are alleged to have been involved industry and are alleged to have been involved, and are also alleged to have been organised crime, efforts to also alleged to have been involved in SAPS, efforts to infiltrate the SAPS and the TMPD. Your status as someone inside, deputy chief of the TMPD, and deputy chief of the TMPD, taxi business operator. Taxi business questions in that regard, and I'm trying to establish raises questions in that regard, and I'm trying to serious player in the taxi industry. You are a very small operator in the taxi industry, a very small operator in the taxi industry. I'm going to ask you questions about the taxi industry. I'm going to ask you questions to other people in the taxi industry and your relationship to other people in the taxi industry. It seems to me that the scale of your business, in that context, it seems to me that the scale of your business, which is relevant to our investigations, is a matter which is relevant to our investigations.
Please answer the question.
I mean, Commissioner, much as I'm saying, as I indicated, much as I'm saying, as I indicated, running it, I'm family business, I'm not running it, I'm not involved in it, don't run by my brothers, so don't think it will be disclosed there.
You're talking about who runs it, who owns it. You're talking about who runs it, who owns it.
Owned by I'm not owning my brothers. Owned by
and you receive no proceeds from this business. And you receive no proceeds from this business.
From this business, I receive no proceeds. From this business,
Are you saying you receive no proceeds whatsoever from this? Are you saying you receive no proceeds whatsoever from this family business?
Depends on if I'm being assisted by my brothers, if I'm being assisted by my brothers or not, referring to, but I don't get the salary out of referring to, but I don't get the salary out of this
proceeds from this business? Does your brother make any proceeds from this business? Does your brother make any salaries to you from this business? Have you never received any money from this business? Have you never received any money from this business?
If I have something to do, work or something, if I have something to do, work or something, brothers will assist. If I do a work or whatever, they will assist. A marriage or whatever, they will assist.
So, how much money from this business has been paid to you? How much money from this business has been paid to you by way of that sort of assistance?
I can't tell an estimate. How much or the best brothers, if someone has got something, I will assist. Brothers, if someone has got something, I will assist. If someone have something, do a tent, can do whatever. Someone can do a tent.
In total, are we talking about thousands of rands? In total, are we talking about rands, hundreds of thousands of rands, tens of thousands of rands, hundreds of thousands of rands?
Becomes, I mean, it depends what type of work are we doing. If we do lobola negotiations for my son, if we do lobola negotiations for my son, I'll buy drinks. Someone will say I'll buy food, I'll buy drinks, I'll do whatever.
In total, how much do you think over the years you've received from this business? How much do you think over the years you've received? More than 1 million rands? More than 100,000 rands? More than 1 million rands?
It can't be.
Not more than 1 million rands. More than 100,000 more than 1 million rands. More than 100,000, more than 50,000 rands, do you think? More than 50,000 rands, do you think?
Maybe.
And how big is this business? How many taxis does your... How big is this brother's business? How many taxis does your brother's business
with due respect, I think with due respect their operations. I think I can't disclose their operations. Let me make you understand to say sometimes let me make you understand to say sometimes you work with positions. In a taxi industry, you work with positions. You will have positions from Rustenburg to Pretoria to Rustenburg, Mabupan to Rustenburg, Pretoria to Rustenburg, Mabupan to Rustenburg, Limpopo, Pretoria to Joburg. Limpopo,
You mean routes?
Pretoria
You mean
to
routes?
Joburg. Routes.
You mean routes?
Yes.
You mean routes?
And sometimes you'll find that, and sometimes you'll find someone perhaps get someone perhaps either battling the route, it's not, either battling the route, it's either not, yes, some challenges, either yes, some challenges under his put the whom you operate under route. So disclosing such things, compromises, disclosing such things, compromises even the other person.
Sorry, compromises?
The other person.
Sorry, compromises?
Let's say I have an arrangement. The other have a route. Let's say I have an arrangement. You have a route to Joburg. From
so you're saying you don't?
To Joburg.
So you're saying you don't? If I've come to your brother and say I can't have this route, if I've come to your brother and say I can't have this route, I can't service, you don't want to compromise me. Will you help me out?
Yes.
You don't want to compromise me. If you just tell me how many, if you just tell me how many in your brother's taxis. Or in your, that doesn't compromise me because nobody knows whether I'm using that doesn't compromise me because nobody knows whether I'm using one of those taxis.
As much as I'm saying that is their business, and I think it's me. That is their business, and I think it's me exposing their things here. I don't think exposing their things here.
What about if we do what we have done? Mr. Shackelson, what about if we do what we have done a good few times? And the deputy chief to write the number down, write the number down for consumption only, yours and ours. For consumption
with that, I would be happy with that. With that, we don't say it publicly, but you just write the number. Where we don't say it publicly, but you just write the number on a piece of paper that the commissioners and I can see, and it won't be broadcast.
We will not divulge it.
Can I speak with them first? I need to get permission from them.
Sorry,
agree. I need to get.
Can we leave it until after the
We can certainly leave it until after.
Yeah, you are exposing someone.
Is this family business affiliated to any particular taxi association?
When it started, I think my brother started. When it started, I think my brother started. My brother started. So they worked with them.
1986. 1986. Yes, long way back. 1986. I'm afraid long way back. Take us a bit of time. I'm afraid the question is about now.
Yes, I'm saying I know that. Yes, I'm saying I know that they formed SALTA.
What's he with now? Is he affiliated? If so, what's he with now?
Changed, so I might not be sure now. SALTA changed, so I might not be sure now because it was South African Long Distance Taxi Association. Included long, I think it changed local, included long. Salbo then it came to that buses. Salbo then it came. I'm not following buses and so forth. So I'm not following.
I think that's yes. I think that's yes.
Now, Sergeant and Corsy has testified to this commission about his relationship with the late Mr. Mcb. Described that relationship like that of son and father. Described that relationship like that of son and father. You describe your relationship with Sergeant and Corsy, your relationship with Sergeant and Corsy, that has a relationship between brothers, that of in your state, one between brothers. Did you have any relationship with the late Mr. Mcb? Did you have any relationship with the late Mr.
Mcb? Worked very closely with my brother. Mr. Mcb worked very closely with my Actually, we grew the same area. Actually, we grew the same when he goes home, he passes when he goes home, he passes just the back street. My father's house, so it's just the back street. I knew him, I grew from long time. I knew him because he'll come long time. Sometimes at home, he'll come, sometimes at home to my brother, when they sit together. Grew there before each and everyone has his own yard. Each and everyone has his own yard to operate this one. They used to operate where their taxis were sleeping. Where their taxis were sleeping. I know him together, so I know him as such, but never had a relationship with him. We had never had a relationship with him. We had a relationship, close relationship.
And what is the name of this brother who? And what is the name of this brother the relationship who has the taxi business? What's his first name? The relationship with Mr. MCB. What's his first name?
It was Peter. My brothers, it was Willie. It was Peter. Two brothers. It's Willie and Peter. Two brothers.
Does that mean the family business is run by two brothers? Does that mean the family business is run by two?
It was run by two.
And did Peter pass away?
Yes, they passed away.
And did Peter pass away?
They passed away. Two of them, Willie and Peter, but there's other two running. Are remaining running.
Sorry, I just lost you there.
The two brothers have passed away. The elder brothers. The two brothers have passed away. The elder brothers. I left with two other brothers who are running. I left with two other brothers who are running it now.
And the brother who had the relationship with the late Mr. MCB was Willie. Both. Or Peter as well?
Both.
Both. And now, are you aware of the man who Sergeant Corsy described as the right-hand man Mr. Mampani, the late Mr. MCB, Mr. Mampani?
I've never met Mampani because the person my brothers worked with was the father. My brothers worked with was the father to I don't know the. So I don't know Mampane because I've never met him. Mampane because I've never met him. I don't know him.
But his father worked with your brother. But his father worked with your brother. Do you know of him, even if you haven't met him in person? Do you know of him, even if you haven't met him in person? The son. You know who he is.
I know the name to say because he takes it. I know the father was Mampane because he takes it from the father was Mampane, so it's Mampane who's running.
And are you aware? The father who worked with your brother, that the father who worked with your brother, Mr. Joseph Agnoni, to the taxi introduced Mr. Joseph Agnoni to the taxi industry. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of that. Yes, I'm Mr. Spagnoni was in the taxi industry, but he was operating from Pumalanga only when they were forming these routes from only when they were forming these routes and so forth. That's when Pretoria to Joburg and so forth. That's when he was in the taxi industry. He was operating. He was in the taxi industry. He was operating from Pumalanga side.
He became part of the Pretoria taxi industry. He became part of the Pretoria taxi industry. Mr. Mampani's father. Through Mr. Mampani's father.
True.
Deputy Chief, I do not know now whether we. Deputy Chief, I do not know now whether we use brothers or singular or plural. Do we say brothers or do we still say in relation to your family business? In relation at the beginning, you were saying brother, brothers. At the beginning, you were saying brother, brother singular, but responses back. You introduced responses back. You introduced
yeah, it's brothers.
I'm the plural. I'm asking this because Mr. Shaskalson is continuing to say brother. Mr. Shaskalson is continuing to say brother. I do not know whether you want us to say brothers. I do not know.
It's brothers.
You want us to say brothers.
It's brothers.
So let me ask the question again. It was your brothers who assisted Mr. Sibagnoni to get into the Pretoria. Who assisted Mr. Sibagnoni to get into the Pretoria? It was Mr. Mampani's father. who helped Mr. Sibanyoni get into the Pretoria taxi industry. Mr. Sibanyoni get into Mr. Mampani's father industry, who worked with your brothers. Mr. Mampani's father,
Yes.
who worked with your brothers, plural.
Yes.
Now, given your family's connections to the taxi industry, do you not think that there is something of a potential conflict in relation to your job, which involves relation to your job, range of matters which relating to a whole range of matters relating law enforcement with respect to the taxi industry, law enforcement with respect to the taxi industry? Can you explain why?
Not at all.
Can you explain why?
I'm not directly involved with them. I'm not directly involved. Whatever they run and they comply, whatever they interfere, comply. I don't interfere with anything.
Well, your department, as I understand it, your department deals with all traffic law infringement notices in the city. Traffic law infringement notices in the city. Now that's a matter of particular interest for the taxi industry. Interest for the taxi industry. Taxi industry is at real risk in relation to infringement notices, both in relation to infringement notices, both in relation to pay, and in relation to have to pay, and in relation to vehicles taken off the road. The risk of having vehicles taken off the road. Taxi industry. Let's take them one by one. Taxi industry is at risk in relation to infringement regarding fines that may be issued. Regarding fines that may be issued to it. Taxi operator, you accept that?
I mean,
Taxi
fines
operators.
get issued to drivers. Fines get issued to drivers if they don't comply. They don't come to the owners. It goes to a driver.
It goes to a driver.
Yes, it goes to a driver. Much as you'll nominate the driver.
And
much as you'll nominate the driver. You'll nominate the driver for a particular vehicle. You'll nominate the driver for
and
a
if the infringement
vehicle.
affects the roadworthiness of the vehicle, relates to the roadworthiness of the vehicle and the capacity of the vehicle, relates to the roadworthiness of the vehicle and the capacity of the vehicle to stay on the road. Very rare.
Very rare. Yes.
Very rare. If it is very rare, that may relate to the lack of law enforcement. If it is very rare, that may relate to the lack of law enforcement in principle. But if one is testing the roadworthiness of vehicles, if one is testing the roadworthiness of vehicles, and finding that are not vehicles that
much as
are not roadworthy,
it will be very rare. Much as I'm saying, it will be very rare. They run professional business.
And
they've got their own heart and so forth. Their own heart and so forth.
Yes, but who?
So it's very rare.
Yes, but who has to pay for the repair of the vehicle? Who has to pay for the repair of the vehicle that gets fined for being roadworthy? Not.
I'm saying it's very rare. It will be the owner, but it's very rare. It will be the owner, but it's very rare.
And notice infringements relating to what dealings do you have with the Road Traffic Management Corporation? What dealings do you have with the Road Traffic Management Corporation?
The Road Traffic Management Corporation, remember, is the Management Corporation, remember, is the ARTO. So people responsible for the city of Tshwane. We are currently on ARTO. We are currently on ARTO. I mean, ensuring that responsible for ARTO. I mean, ensuring that through RTIA. Road Traffic Infringement Authority. Road Traffic Infringement Notices get posted through them. Those infringement notices get posted through them. So that's our relationship with them.
So you post the note. You're responsible for issuing the ARTO. You post the note. You're responsible for issuing the ARTO notice, delivering them,
to ensure that they are captured, they are posted.
And you're suggesting that those notices are not. You're suggesting that those notices are to the taxi industry, major significance to the taxi industry.
No.
How can you suggest that AOTA notices are not of major interest to the taxi industry? If a taxi finds that it's being issued with a series of AOTA notices, and its drivers are being issued with a series of AOTA notices, and its drivers are being issued with a series of AOTA notices, why would that not be a concern?
I'm saying, I mean, the routes they are running, I mean, there's no point for you to run. There's no point for you to run, to rushing, for a driver to be rushing. You have a position to you have a position, so you don't run to Joburg, because you don't run to still have wait for your position, so still have wait for your position.
Are you suggesting that cases of taxis driving over the speed limit are rare in this country?
It depends. I mean, which route are those people working on? Which route are those people working on? Depends on a route. Circumstances differs.
And the execution of warrants.
Yes.
And the execution of warrants. You get a warrant of arrest to arrest a driver. You get a warrant of arrest to arrest a driver. For negligent driving. Is your department responsible for that? Are you responsible? Is your department
but currently we are on ARTO. We are, but currently we are on ARTO. Most of the warrants are bylaw related. Most of the warrants are bylaw related warrants. Currently, RTMC use an enforcement. RTMC use and enforce. Fines are not paid. Notices to say fines are not paid. Enforce. They block the driver or whoever on the system. The driver or whoever on the system.
And
to ensure that they pay.
Negligent driving. Who would deal with negligent driving? Who would deal with the execution of a warrant for negligent driving?
It becomes, I mean, cases either, I mean, becomes, I mean, driving cases either, I mean, of negligent driving. They usually do arrest. ARTO prescribed because this offense, what is the charge and so forth. This offense, what is
who is responsible for the execution of those warrants? Who is responsible for the execution of those warrants?
Much as I'm saying, currently under ARTO.
And when did ARTO become? And when did ARTO become applicable to the city of Pretoria? When was its extension rolled out to the city of Pretoria? When was its extension rolled out to the city of Pretoria?
I'm not sure either 2007. I'm not sure either 2007 or 2009. We have been on ARTO.
So you haven't been.
But I can confirm that.
You haven't been executing warrants. You haven't been executing warrants, traffic offences since 2007. You're saying traffic offences since 2007.
Previously, we used to have what we termed the white bus. We used to have what we term the white warrants, stopping on the intersections to stopping on the show intersections execute them. But currently, yes, we have, I mean, currently, yes, we have, I mean, even if we go for a roadblock checking infringement, even if we go for a roadblock checking, we can only advise you as a driver. We can only advise sending infringement to say you have outstanding infringement. If you opt to pay there, you pay. If you opt to pay there, you pay. Just encourage. If you can't, you can just encourage.
So are you telling me that the next time anyone is stopped at a roadblock in Pretoria by your department, they should know in relation to outstanding fines, they have the choice whether they should pay them voluntarily to you, or just to say whether to pay them voluntarily to you, or just to say I elect not to pay. Goodbye.
Media communication does inform. Media communication does inform. Is the situation. I mean, we just encourage people. Some people, yes, they pay on the spot because they don't. Some people, yes, they pay on the spot because they don't want their licenses to be blocked. So they don't want their licenses to be blocked. So
and you don't threaten to arrest people.
No, we don't.
And you don't threaten to arrest. No one needs fear arrest from your department in relation. No one needs fear arrest from your department in relation to traffic offences.
We don't do that.
Let's move on. Let's move on. You say in your statement you've never interacted with Mr. Sibanyoni, you've never interacted with Mr. Sibanyoni or Mr. Mandla Mqina. Do you know?
That's correct.
It's clear you know who Mr. Sibagnoni is. It's clear you know who Mr. Sibagnoni is. We've discussed that already. Do either of your brothers running the business interact with Mr. Sibagnoni? Do either of your brothers running the business interact with Mr. Sibagnoni?
They do, but very rare. Remember, Mr. Sibagnoni is but very rare. Big boss. Remember, Mr. Sibagnoni is Santago now. Big boss. I think it's Santago. Is it Santago now? Yeah. I think it's Santago. Tax industry, their systems, their Q marshals, tax industry, rank managers, their Q marshals, there's rank managers, also an office interact with. There's also an office if it's a formal have challenges to interact with. So it's a formal arrangement.
Maybe we'll come back to this after we understand the scale of. Maybe we'll come back to this after we understand the scale of your and size of your brother. Mr. Mklina, do you know who he is? Mr. Mklina, do you know who he is? Told the Sergeant and Corsy nephew of Mr. Sibagnoni. Told the you aware that he was a nephew of Mr. Sibagnoni. Were you aware of that? You don't know him. I'm not suggesting that you don't know him personally, but I'm not suggesting that you know him personally, but I'm asking you, do you know who he is? Do you know that he is the nephew of Mr. Sibagnoni?
I don't know who he is.
And now, your late brother Peter, was he the father of Kamogelo Klatswayo? Was he the father of Kamogelo Klatswayo? You're certain about that?
No, yes.
Do you know Kamogelo Klatswayo?
Yes.
Do you know Kamogelo Klatswayo? Yes.
Kamogelo Klatswayo.
Yes.
I think I might. Do I know him? I think I might. Yes, I know him. Do I know him?
How do you know him?
Yes, I know him. As
How do you know
Sergeant Corsy
him?
indicated, is a friend to Peggy. As Sergeant Corsy indicated, is a friend to Peggy.
And when have you met him? And when have you met him?
I don't meet with him. Don't know when did I don't meet with him. Don't know.
So, have you ever met with him? So, have you ever met with him? When did Sergeant and Corsy tell you that he was a friend of Becky? When did Sergeant and Corsy tell you that he was a friend of Becky?
He told me when. He told
When did you said Sergeant and Corsy? When did you said Sergeant and Corsy said he was a friend of Becky? When did Sergeant and Corsy tell you he was a friend of? When he was testifying.
When he was testifying here.
When he was testifying here.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
He did.
I stand subject to correction, but
you can go to his
stand subject to correction, but
you can go to his transcript. He said he worked with Becky when he said he worked with.
Sorry, he works with Becky
when they run events.
Sorry, he works with Becky
when they run events.
Sorry, that Mr. Klatswayo runs that events. Mr. Klatswayo works with Becky when Mr. Klatswayo and Becky run events. When Mr. Klatswayo and Becky run events.
If I understood Mr. question, if I understood Mr. Question was correct. When did Sergeant Corsy tell you? When did Sergeant Corsy tell you? Your response is when Sergeant Corsy was testifying. So is what you are saying that. So Sergeant is what you are saying tell you, but you heard Sergeant when he was testifying. Yes. But you heard when he was testifying.
Yes.
I'll check the transcript again. I don't recall raising this with Sergeant Corsy. I don't recall possible raising this with Sergeant, even though I didn't raise it. He mentioned possible that even though I didn't raise it, he mentioned it. But we'll come back to that after the tea break. Sergeant and Corsy has Mr. Klatswayo's name saved in his WhatsApp saved in his WhatsApp as Kamogelo Tlamini. He's not. You're adamant that he's not a relative. You're adamant that he's not a relative. And in particular, that he's not the son of your late brother Peter. And in particular, that he's not the son of your late brother Peter.
No.
Did you know that Kamogelo Klatswayo is the only director? Did you know that Kamogelo Klatswayo is the only director of a company called El Shaddai? You don't know.
I don't know.
You don't know. When you say you don't know that Kamogelo, when you say you don't know that Kamogelo is the son of your late brother Peter, or you is the son of your late brother Peter, or you deny your late brother Peter, or you saying you just don't know? your late
don't
brother
know.
Peter, or
He
you're
has
saying you
never
just don't know?
introduced me to I don't know. He has never introduced
Your late
me
brother
to
never introduced you?
Yes.
What relationship
Your
did
late
you
brother
have with
never
your late
introduced
brother?
you?
Good
Yes.
What relationship did you have with your
would
late
you
brother?
know all of his
Good
sons?
relationship,
Very
or
good
I mean, would you know all of his sons?
Very
So
good relationship.
you would know all of his sons. So you would
I
know
wouldn't
all of
say
his
so.
sons.
I wouldn't say so.
You can't deny that Mr. You can't deny that Mr. Klatswaya, the son of your late brother Peter, is the son of your late brother Peter. You just don't know.
Much as I'm saying I don't know. He
You just don't
never
know.
told me.
Can we now move? Can we now move to TMPD 1 of 24-25, the tender 1 of 24-25, the demolition tender. The demolition tender. And can I ask you? And can I ask you to go to page 431? Page 431 of, it will be file 4. We'll be dealing with file 3 and file 4. It will be file 4. We'll be dealing with file 3 and file 4 now. Page 431. Page 431. And the chats that I'll take you to in file 4 are chats that I'll take you to in file 4 are 431. The chats that I'll take you to in file, the chats that I'll take you to in file are chats between Sergeant and Corsy and yourself. Are chats between Sergeant and Corsy and yourself. The chats in file 3 are chats between Sergeant and Corsy and the CFO. Are chats between Sergeant and Corsy and the CFO. Just to alert you, because of a software setting, just to alert you in relation to the printout of the setting, in relation to the printout of the chats, they printed out file 3 timestamps that are called UTC, with timestamps 2 hours less than South African time, which is 2 hours less than South African time. So one needs to add 2 hours to the time of any chats in file 4, the chats between you and Sergeant and Corsy, the chats between you and Sergeant and Corsy. Chats in South African with date stamps and timestamps in South African with date stamps and timestamps in South African. At the top of page 431, chat number 1. Page 431, chat number 1. You see a message that you send to Sergeant and Corsy. A message that you send to Sergeant and Corsy. Afternoon, my brother. As follows. I trust you are well. Afternoon, my brother. My sincere apologies for the delay in sending this message. My sincere apologies for the delay in sending this message. One, two vehicles for land services. One, El Shaddai security services. Two, El Shaddai. Have a blessed Sunday and lots of love. Have a blessed Sunday. And now, Sergeant and Corsy has confirmed that you sent this chat. And now, Sergeant and Corsy has confirmed that you sent this chat to him the 9th of March 2025 at the 9th of March 2025 p.m. At 7:35 p.m. Was this a message that you composed yourself, or were you forwarding it from someone else? Composed yourself, or were you forwarding it from someone else?
Yes, this is the message I got from Nico. This is the message Sergeant I got from Nico a day before. Sergeant Corsy, when I spoke to him, requested me to check with Nico. If he has done compliance, he has done compliance for. He's done with compliance tenders of the tenders Ngapesheya and El Shaddai. Ngapesheya and El Shaddai. Confirm with Nico and send him the information. Confirm with Nico and send him the information. And unfortunately, I could not. On that particular day, much as on that particular day. On Sunday, yes, you could see I'm apologizing for the delay. Yes, you could see I'm apologizing for the delay. Back to him, then I then send him back to him. I then send him this message.
Now, who is Nico?
Nico is someone who does administrative work. Is someone who does administrative work and in terms of assisting people in tender
Is his surname
compilations
Matobela?
and so forth. Correct.
Is his surname Matobela? And he assists
Correct.
bidders. And he assists bidders in getting their bids in order so that they will be compliant. Bids in order so that they will be compliant.
Correct.
And you're saying that Nico sent. You're saying that Nico sent. Sergeant and Corsy had asked you to check with Nico. Sergeant and Corsy had asked you to check with Nico whether the bids for Ngaba security services and El Shaddai security services and El Shaddai were compliant. Which bids?
Correct. For
Which bids? Which bids?
for Ngapesheya and El Shaddai.
Bids for which bids?
For land invasion. And El Shaddai.
Bids for what?
For land invasion.
And Nico reported to you that they were compliant. And Nico reported to you that they were compliant.
Then Nico sent a message to me, edited it. Usually you'll see my writing edited. Everyone will see my writing when I write, because most people send messages. When I write, because most people send messages. Share the message, I'll edit. I'll then share the message, I'll edit, read and add whatever that I want to edit for, and add whatever that I want to edit for.
When you say land invasion,
Yes,
so
but-
it's funny. When you say land
Correct.
invasion in Tswane,
Correct.
And Nico said they were compliant.
That's what
And Nico said they were
indicated.
compliant.
That's what Nico indicated.
So Sergeant and Corsy wanted to know from Nico whether Sergeant and Corsy wanted to know from Nico whether the bids of his brother's company, which is and the bid of El Shaddai, which is and the bid of El Shaddai, which is Mr. Flatswayo's company.
That's correct.
And Nico confirmed that they
That's
were.
correct. Yes.
And Nico confirmed this was sent on the 9th of March 2025. And this was sent on the 9th of March 2025.
Correct.
Then 2 days later, you send a message to Sergeant and Corsy with a list of seven other companies. To Sergeant and Corsy with a list of 7 other companies. Sorry, before we get to that list. So, sorry, before we get back to that first list. So, going back to that first list, that the two companies were compliant. From your perspective, you had now told Sergeant and Corsy. From your perspective, you had now told Sergeant and Corsy what he needed to know. There would be no need for Sergeant and Corsy to communicate. There would be no need for Sergeant and Corsy to communicate this information to anyone else other than possibly El Shaddai and Ngapesheya. He certainly didn't need to tell anybody else inside the city. He certainly didn't need to tell anybody else inside the city.
No.
Let's get to the second message. Chat number 3, it's 2 days later, it's the 11th. Chat number 3, it's 2 days later, there's a list of 7 companies that, and there's a list of 7 companies at 3:06. You send to Sergeant and Corsy at 3 minutes later, you send him a message to explain. A few minutes later, you send him a message to explain. And you say, afternoon, Captain, I trust you are well and your family. Captain, the above is from the Red Berets. Family. Please check from the Red Berets. If it's the same, please check with them for CIC Juju. If it's the same, verify the authenticity. From CIC Juju to verify the authenticity. Now, just to clarify, you refer to Sergeant and Corsy in these chats. Just to clarify, you refer to Sergeant and Corsy in these chats, and you refer to the CFO as Mpoetu, and you refer to the CFO as Mpoetu, and they refer to you as General.
Correct. That's correct.
And they refer to you as General.
That's correct.
Let's go through this message and just clarifying. The above is from the Red Berets. That's presumably clarifying. The above is from the Red Berets. That's presumably the EFF.
Two guys, as I indicated previously. Two guys, as I indicated previously. Claiming and Sipo came to me, claiming having these companies from the EFF, of which I wanted to ascertain how true is, which I wanted to ascertain how true I know, because years back, these are people I know while we were still student in the student, while we were still student. So only to find that it's not true. So only to find that it's not true. There's nothing like this.
I understand that, but when you refer to red berets, you're referring to the EFF. I understand that, but when you refer to red berets, you're referring to the EFF, even though in this particular case you did not represent the EFF. Muzi and Sipo did not represent the EFF.
That's correct.
What did Muzi and Sipo want you to do with that list of companies? What did Muzi and Sipo want you to do with that list of companies? Muzi and Sipo, who pretended to represent the EFF, what did they want you to represent the EFF? What did they want you to do with that list of companies?
It's common knowledge, that people sometimes take chances, they moonlight. People sometimes take chances, they moonlight. Many people are name dropping, and many people are name dropping. For instance, they indicated they were with the CFO. For instance, they indicated they were with the CFO. People which is not true. So they do many things just chances. They do many things just to money from companies and so forth. Money from companies.
But what were they wanting to do? I mean, we've established that they were taking chances. We've established that they were taking chances. They would achieve. What were they hoping by giving you this list of? They would achieve companies by giving you this list of.
Someone will come and say, "I'm connected." Someone will come and say, "I'm connected to these people and so forth. Who can assist you?" Approach me and so forth. Approach. I grew up with them. They said, they were with the CFO. I grew up with them. They said, they were with the CFO. Only to find it's not true. They said they've never been with the way. Remember, I once worked. Sorry, if I have a way. Remember, I once worked.
Sorry, we get the name dropping. But
yes.
What were
they thought I have a way. They thought I have a way within. This process to help.
So were these companies who were bidding for TMPD1? So were these companies who were bidding for TMPD1?
These 7 companies.
These
yes,
7
correct.
companies.
These 7
and they
companies,
thought if they
yes,
told
correct.
you that these companies were the EFF's companies, these companies were the EFF's companies, they get the tender. You might be able to help them get the tender. That's how you understood their approach.
Yes.
That's how you understood their approach.
Yes.
You said in your message to Sergeant and Corsy, please check with him for where please check with him for it's the same with his from CIC the same with his from CIC. So you thought that the CFO would have a list of EFF companies. The CFO would have from Mr. Malema EFF companies.
I never thought they said they were from the CFO. I never thought they said they were from the CFO to the CFO. They said they gave this list to the CFO.
But then why? Sorry, when you refer to CIC Juju, but then why are you referring to Mr. Malema? When you refer to CIC Juju, are you referring to Mr. Malema? That's what I wanted to check because that's what they said. That's what I wanted to check because that's what they said. They said what?
They said that they are working
they said
with
what?
They said that they are working with these people
Mr.
only
Malema,
to find it was not true. They were lying. These people only to find it was not true. They were lying.
But what you say is, check with them for where to. Check with the CFO. Check with them for where to. Check with the CFO from the same with Juju, which is a reference to Mr. Malema. CIC Juju, which is a reference to Mr. Malema. Are saying check with the CFO. So you if it's the same with the list with the CFO that the CFO got from Mr. Malema. Is that not that the CFO got from Mr. Malema? Is that not what are you? What you're saying?
I'm saying they said they give the same to the. I'm saying they said they give the same to the. Must verify CFO. So I'm saying he must verify if.
But that's not what you say in the message. What you say in the message. But that's not what you say in the message. What you say in the message is please check with CIC if it's the same with his
much as
from
I'm
CIC
saying that's not what the message said. Much as I'm saying that's not what the message said. That's what they said. Check if they gave the same. That's what they said. The same. They gave the CFO.
But then why mention from CIC Juju in the message? But then why mention from Mr. Malema into this at all? Why draw Mr. Malema into this at all?
They gave the CFO. That's what they said. They gave the CFO the same.
Yes, but did they say they went to? Yes,
they are saying
they
say from CIC
they went
Juju,
to.
So much as I say check. From CIC Juju, so much as I say check. They said they are from
they're saying
CIC. They said CIPO and Muzi came to CIC. The CIPO and Muzi came to CIC Juju. Bidding for the CIC Juju.
Yes, Sipho and Muzi were chancers. They were saying they were bidding. Muzi were chancers. They were saying they were bidding. They weren't for the EFF. As a matter of fact, you later established they weren't. As a matter of fact, you later established they weren't. Mention Mr. Malema, but then why in this mention Mr. Malema in this check in this message? Because what you say for his check with if it's the same with his. From CRC the same with his.
Much as I'm saying, they said they are from the
much
CIC
as I'm saying, they
Juju, much
said
as
they
I
are
mentioned
from
it
the
here. CIC Juju, much as I mentioned it here.
I mean, that's not what you are saying in the email. You may have meant that, but that's not what the chat says. You may have meant that, but that's not what the chat says.
Yes, much as I'm saying, I'm in writing a message. Yes, much as I'm saying, I'm in writing a message. It might not mean what I meant. Actually, want to translate, but that's what I meant.
Muzi and Sipho you don't mention this chat. Muzi and Sipho
yes,
at
I
all
did not
in
mention
this
that.
chat.
Yeah. Yes,
so why
I
do you
did not mention
Mr.
that.
Malema?
Yeah.
Why do you not say? So why do you mention Mr. Malema? Why do you not say one from Muzi and the list he has?
They claim to be coming from the CIC. They claim to be coming from the CIC.
You're not saying they are claiming.
I wanted to be clear so that when I wanted to be clear so that remember that we are not only speaking on messages. Remember that we are not only speaking on messages. I also called to say this is the situation. I also called to say this is the situation. The message will not capture explain in detail. The message will not capture everything. Commissioner.
Deputy Commissioner, what the message does capture, what the message does capture, you know the CFO to have a list, you know the CFO to have a list from the CIC. That's what your message conveys. From the CIC, you know him to have a list from the CIC. You know him to have a list from the CIC.
From Sipho and Muzi.
No. That's not what your
from
message
Sipho and Muzi.
No, that's not what is captured in your message. Your message, that's not what is captured in your message. Your message, you know that the CFO has a list. You know that the CFO has a list, and you are asking the CIC, Sergeant and you are asking that the CIC should look at that list. That the CIC should look at that list and compare it from the CIC the list that you say comes. The list came that you say from Muzi and Sipho. That's what you're doing. There are two different lists. That's what you're doing.
Commissioner
there are two different
Muzi and
lists.
Sipho. Commissioner Muzi and Sipho.
The CFO. I don't want to be misunderstood. Let me start. I don't want to be misunderstood. Your message. Let me start. Convey your message that in so many words, it's not a question of interpretation. In so many words, it's not a question of interpretation. Conveys words in this message. You know that the CFO, you know that has a list, that he has a list, that it's a list of the CIC. In brackets, a list of the CIC. You know that the CFO has that list. You know that the CFO and what you are doing list with your message and what you are doing to Sergeant your message. The CFO should compare that list which you know he has. That list which you know he has. Compare it with this CIC. That you say was given to you by Muzi and Sipho. That's what your message is by Muzi and Sipho.
No, Commissioner.
That's what your message is
Sipho and Muzi came to me and say we have a list. Sipho and Muzi came to me and say we have a list that we have given to the CFO. That we have given to the CFO. I'm saying verify if this is the same. I'm saying verify
but your message doesn't say the CFO but your message doesn't confirm that the list he got from Sipho confirm that the list he got from Sipho and that it is the same as the one that they should compare them. That it is the same as the one that they gave you. The same people gave to you. That's not what you're conveying. You are clearly that the CFO is sitting with a list that he got. CFO is sitting with a list from the CIC. That's what your message says.
That's what I learned from Sipho and Muzi. That's what I learned from Sipho and Muzi, Commissioner.
Right.
A few answers back. You said you don't communicate through. You said you don't communicate chats only. You also WhatsApp chats only. Who are you referring to? Who would you talk to? Who are you referring to?
I called Sergeant Corsy to explain. I called Sergeant Corsy to explain to say I was with these two individuals.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to know
that
who you were referring to. Okay, all right. Yes, Mr. Shaskalson. I just wanted to know who you were referring to. Yes, Mr. Shaskalson.
Why did you want to know? Why did you want to know Muzi and Sipol were telling the truth when they said those companies came from the EFF.
They are name dropping the CFO, they are name dropping the CFO, and I don't know them as members of the EFF. And I don't know them as members of the EFF.
Why is it relevant whether those companies came from the
People
EFF?
name drop, they tarnish people's name. People name drop, they tarnish people's name. Since these are peer, people since these are peer, people have false things about, reporting false things about Mr. Malema having companies and so forth. Mr. Malema having companies and so forth while they are not from him.
What would you have done if reported to you that yes, the CFO reported to you that yes, these companies are from the EFF? I've been told these companies are from the EFF.
I just wanted to establish the link of those people. I just wanted to establish the link of those people. I know them from to say where are they? I know them as members of the ANC. Where are they? I know them as members of the ANC. Shift now to the EFF, what is happening? These are youngsters that the EFF, what is happening? These are youngsters. They are old now. They were youngsters I grew up with. They are old now. They were youngsters I grew up with.
Deputy Commissioner, you say these people wanted you to help them or assist them. You say these people wanted you to help them with the tender. Assist them.
Yes, Commissioner.
With the tender. You say that.
Yes,
so you know that's why they gave you this list. They want. So you know that's why they gave you this advantage. They want to get a certain advantage to do with the tender. So your assistance. When you send the same list, so when you send the same list, even on your version, even if one accepted even on your version, even if that one you were not saying you didn't know that he has a list, you were not saying you didn't know that he has a list, you were not conveying that he has a list from the, you were not conveying that he has a list from the your version. You send your version to what end? You send you know the purpose of the list. What end? You know the purpose of the list. An advantage in the tender process. And when you send it to the tender process, to the when you send it to the, it's for what purpose? It cannot be you want to verify. For what purpose? That cannot be you want to verify that they are members. It's irrelevant. This is a tender process. It's irrelevant. It's a tender process of the city. Has nothing. It's a tender process of the city. Has nothing. People should have nothing or not. It shouldn't matter with whether people are ANC or not. It shouldn't matter. If you were acting properly, in fact, you would. If you were acting properly. You would have and said, kick them out of nothing to do with this, right? And said, you don't want nothing to forward it to. You don't do that. You forward it to the CFO. To what end are you giving Commissioner? To what end are you giving him?
Commissioner, they make name dropping. Commissioner, they make name dropping. Come to my office. Number of people who come sometimes with the ex-combatants who come sometimes with the hope. If they are honest and I can see these people are honest, if they are honest and I can see these people are honest, I do explain. No longer working with these things. I'm no longer working with these things because I'm not involved. But people who come and name drop honest. But people who come will definitely want to verify the authenticity. Definitely want to verify the authenticity. If this was authentic, what you would have helped them with the tender. If this was authentic, what you would have helped them with the question. No. What is the point? Exactly my question. You sharing what is the point? The CFO of you sharing this name dropping cannot be your explanation. Name dropping cannot be your explanation process. They don't come to you a tender process to say we know so and so. They're not. That's not the to say we know so and so. We know the CIC. They didn't come to you to say we know the CIC. They came to you for help on your version with the tender process. For help with the tender process to help them get this tender. That's why, and to help them understand this tender. That's why you forward you understand with that understanding. You forward the list with that understanding. Come to you that these not to name drop come to you, but to get not to name drop with a tender. Get assistance. You forward it with a tender.
And the question forward is, why do you forward it? The question is, why do you forward it when you know that it's being given? It doesn't matter whether they say the president. It doesn't matter whether they say the president. Mayor, it doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter. Deputy mayor. What matters doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter. They come to you. What matters, sisters. They come to you to get this tender, and you know that to get this tender. When you give it to the CFO. When you give it to the CFO, it is for what purpose?
If they come to me, Commissioner, and say, if they come to me, not use people's name, assist us, and not use people's name, but they are using people's name. But they are using people's name. If they could have came and be frank and honest, if they could have came and be frank and honest, but they are using people's name. I could have done that, but they are using people's name.
That's your answer, thank you. That's your answer, thank you.
Why did you ask Sergeant and Corsy? Why did you ask Sergeant and Corsy to check with the CFO rather than just to check with the CFO yourself directly? Rather than just asking the CFO yourself directly.
I know that Sergeant Corsy has a relationship with the CFO. I don't have the CFO's number. I don't have the CFO's number. Relationship with the CFO. A relationship with the CFO.
Why can't you just look up the CFO's number on an internal Tswane directory? Look up the CFO's number on an internal Tswane directory?
Because I knew that Sergeant Corsy, and he has a relationship with the CFO. It was going to work better with the CFO. It was going to work better for me, for him to verify for me.
But on the face of it, this is a matter concerning the business of Tswane. On the face of it, this is a matter concerning the business of Tswane, is it not? Someone is coming to you with a list. Someone is coming to you that they say with a list, the EFF's list, that they say is the EFF, suggesting that you might interfere with the tender process, suggesting that you might interfere with the tender process, TMPD 1 of 2025, 1 to privilege these companies. That's what the approach is. To privilege these companies. That's what the approach is.
Correct, as I explained. Correct as I if they could have came like other people who come and say, came like other people who come and say, veterans, can you assist us? Military veterans, can you assist us? I don't have explained to that authority to I don't be able to do so. That authority I have done so. Be able to many people I have done so. In many people, they were name dropping people's name. But they were name dropping people's names, which becomes dangerous.
And they are suggesting, not only do they expect you not only to assist them, but they also expect the CIS to assist them, but they also assist them because they're telling you he's got the same list system because they're telling you he's got the same list from Mr. Malema.
They are claiming so trying to canvass.
So they are suggesting to you that. So they are suggesting to you that the CFO is, well, one that the CFO implicated in an attempt to rig this tender in favor of a list of companies that are ostensibly that they want you to do that as well. And two, isn't that what they suggesting? They want you to do that as well. Isn't that what they're suggesting?
They were doing two things. They were name dropping. They were doing name of the CFO, the EFF, name of the whole CFO, the EFF in this.
But the clear implication of their letter. Of their implication of their letter, of their message. I don't know if it was WhatsApp or their communication face to face. Was it WhatsApp or face to face? Face to face. Was it WhatsApp or face to face? Was a conversation they had? Did they come to you in your office or at your house? Did they come to you in your office or at your house? So they come to your office. So they come to your office. They essentially communicate to you that Mr. Malema has given a list of to the CFO EFF companies. That's correct. To the CFO.
They are saying they were with the CFO.
That's correct.
They are saying they were with the CFO. The CIC Juju, and they are giving me the list. The CIC Juju, and they are giving me the list.
The answer to that should have been a simple yes. Should have been a simple yes. Am I wrong?
No, am I wrong?
As
he says, no, Mr. Malema gave a list to the Mr. Malema gave a list to the CFO, which is not correct.
Did you say it was Mr. Malema who gave the list? Say it was Mr. Malema who gave the...
That the CFO has a list from Mr. Malema is what I said. That the CFO has a list from Mr. Malema.
Apologies, Deputy. Apologies. Apologies,
So
Deputy.
they didn't convey to you, so Mr. Malema had given, convey to you, Mr. Malema had given a list to the CFO. A list to the CFO. They just said that they had given a list. They just said that they had given a list to the CFO.
Correct.
Why then, in your message, why then refer to your message? Did you refer to a list from CIC Juju? For where you had from
Much as I'm
CIC
saying
Juju?
it's a message, but that's what I'm saying. It's a message, maybe that's what they said. Appeared to be sounding typing maybe might have appeared to be sounding otherwise.
It's not your typing, it's your message. Well, it's not your... It's not your typing, it's your message. Same with his from CIC Juju. So your message says CIC Juju. So your message said that there is a list from Mr. Malema that has been given to there is a list from Mr. Malema that has been given to the CFO.
From them.
Yes, but you're now telling us that what they told you is that you're now telling us that what they told you is to the CFO, and that they didn't mention Mr. Malema. They gave to the CFO, and that they didn't mention Mr. Malema. You were then the first person to mention Mr. Malema. You were then the first person to mention Mr. Malema.
Doing that on behalf of. To say they are doing that on behalf of.
Yes, but according to you, they didn't say. Yes, but according to you, they didn't say that they told the CFO that the list came from Mr. Malema. They told the CFO that the list came from Mr. Malema. They didn't. They didn't say.
No.
So we've come from the CFO and given him a list. We've come from the CFO and given him a list from Mr. Malema.
They said Mr. Malema, they gave it to the CFO. From Mr. Malema, when I verify with the CFO, it was when I verify with the CFO, it was not.
How did you verify with the CFO? Because you said earlier you were not talking with the CFO. You said
I verified through Sergeant Corsy. I verified through Sergeant Corsy. I sent this message to Sergeant Corsy. But then why do you say I verified with the CFO? But then why do you say I verified with the CFO? Why don't you say I verified with Sergeant Corsy? Where is the text where you verified through Sergeant Corsy? Where is the text where you verified? I sent a message to Sergeant Corsy. I sent a message to Sergeant Corsy. 431 Commission. Where is it? 431 Commission. In message 431, I'm saying afternoon captain. In message 431, I'm saying afternoon captain. I trust you are well. Is from the red beret. The above with forward is from the red beret. Please check with forward to verify the same with his. Yes, where is that verification? Where do they come back to? Where is that verification? Where do they come back to you and say there is no list from the EFF? Sergeant Corsy called me and informed me. Sergeant Corsy called me and informed me. It was a phone call.
Deputy Chief, is there no contact list? Deputy Chief, is there no contact list of
there is, Commissioner.
What was so difficult with you, Commissioner? What was so difficult with you, the CFO getting number from that contact list, the CFO's number from that contact list, verifying from him, and directly? Why did this have to go via Sergeant Corsy? Why did this have to go via?
I took advantage of the relationship Sergeant Corsy. I took advantage of the relationship Sergeant Corsy.
No, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. If you want to make verification genuine with an employee of Tswane, you being an employee of Tswane, there is a contact list which is readily available. Why don't you take that readily available? Why don't you take that contact list and call the CFO? What do you say about this verification? What do you say about why did you not do that? Why not pick up the contact list? Why did you not do that? Why not pick up the contact list and call the
Commissioner,
CFO directly?
if you are close to someone, Commissioner, I've never had a meeting with the CFO. I've never had a meeting only when it's formal meetings. I've never had only when it's formal meetings.
This is not about closeness. This is about closeness. This is about Tswane business and the sort of thing you should inquire about, and the sort of thing you should inquire about. It has nothing to do with another employee. Why did you not pick up the contact list, get the number? Why did you not pick up the contact list, get the number, and call the CFO? What we are saying does not make sense.
Commissioner, I think we should agree that we might not approach. Commissioner, I think we should agree that we might not approach
on the what
or on the same way.
On the what?
It might be ideal that I could have looked for the CFO's might be ideal that I could have
Let's assume that you were not aware of any let's assume that you were not aware of any relationship. What would you have done? CFO and Sergeant Corsy, what would you have done?
I could have left it.
Not inquired.
I could have left it. Yes, I could have
not
left
inquired.
it.
Did you see a need?
I did not trust them.
Did you see a need?
Because I did not trust them. I did not
see a need
trust
to
them.
inquire
Did
from
you
the
see
CFO?
the need to inquire
from the
CFO?
Did you see the need
Yes,
to inquire
Commissioner.
from the CFO? But you say you would have
Yes,
dropped the
Commissioner.
subject altogether. But you say you would have dropped just because altogether there was no Sergeant Corsy. Just because what you are saying? There was no Sergeant Corsy. Is that
I'm
what
saying
you are
because
saying?
I knew their relationship. I'm saying
No,
because I knew their
I'm talking
relationship.
about dropping.
No.
I'm talking about dropping because I understood you just have dropped the whole thing. So I'm saying just because of the absence of a Sergeant Corsy, because of you would have dropped a Sergeant even though you would have dropped the subject, even though you consider you to have had to inquire something serious enough for you to have. So you would have dropped it because there would be no. So you would have dropped it because there would be no.
If I could have met him in a meeting sometime, yes, I might have asked him.
No, that's not my question. My question, no, that's not my question. My question is just because there was no Sergeant Corsy. Dropped it just because there was no Sergeant Corsy.
I'm saying I could have either waited up until I got to a meeting where either waited up
No, you
until I
said
got to a
you said
meeting where
you would
he
have
is,
dropped.
and I
No,
could
you
have asked him.
said you
At
would have
that time,
and subject.
I'm saying at that time, but because I knew Sergeant I'm saying at that time, much as I because I knew Sergeant Corsy at that
And
time,
then
much
you
as
would
I
have
wrote
asked him
this
if an
message to him.
opportunity presented itself for you to meet. Opportunity presented itself for you to meet the CFO. And then you would have asked him. But I still don't understand. There is a contact list. Why wait for a chance meeting? There is a contact list. Why wait for a chance meeting? Why not pick up that contact list? Why not pick up that contact list and call? Why wait for a chance meeting, which might never? Why wait for a chance meeting, which might never?
That was gonna be more ideal for me, Commissioner. That was gonna be more ideal with him face to face. Because I've never had his contact. Call him just to ask him about contact. Or call him just to ask him about
Deputy Chief does not make sense. That too, Deputy Chief does not make sense. You want to comment? Yes, Mr. Chaskafson. Or let's just look at the time. Yes, Mr. Chaskafson. Or let's just adjourn and resume at 11:35. Adjourn and resume at 11:35. Let's adjourn.
Good morning again. We're ready to resume. Please switch off your devices. We're ready to resume. Please switch off your devices. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Cheselton. Yes, Mr. Cheselton.
Chair, before we start, there were two issues that we had to address from the morning session. The one was addressed from the morning session. A further document that Deputy Chief Lamini had obtained for the Commission. And I understand that copies of that document handed up to you. Or about to be handed up to you. And then there's the separate issue of the number of deputy chiefs in Dlamini's family business. Deputy Chief, do you have, the document, Deputy Chief, the latest document, can you just explain to the Commission what it is? Can you just explain to the Commission what it is and what do you want the Commission to make?
Thanks. I think SC, I thought maybe we'll read it when we come to issues of recruitment because it relates to issues of recruitment because it relates to recruitment.
If that's the convenient way of doing it, if that's the convenient way of doing it, I'm happy with that. Then it was suggested that this morning by the chair write down the number of taxis. You could just write down the number of your brothers in family business. Your brothers, but you wanted to speak to someone before you did that. But you wanted to speak to someone before you did that. Can you report on that conversation? Can you report on that conversation?
I was advised by our family that I should not expose them. My family that I should not expose them.
There won't be any exposure because it won't be made. There won't be any exposure just because it won't be made public. It will just be. It will just be shown to myself and it will just be shown to myself and the commissioners.
They feel they are party to them, so they feel they are party to them. So it should not.
Let's leave it there. Let's leave it.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Can we then go back to where we were? Can we then go back to where we were, and we had been discussing the three you sent messages that Sergeant and Corsy you sent to on the 9th Sergeant and Corsy 11th of March last year. On the 9th and 11th of March last year. Now that last message. Afternoon, Captain. I trust you well and your family. Above is from the Red Berets. Captain. I trust you well and your family. Above is from the Red Berets. Please check with them. Verify the authenticity. You wanted Sergeant and Corsy to show that. You wanted Sergeant and Corsy to show that to get the CFO's response to the CFO to get the CFO's response. That's a yes.
Yes.
You're nodding. That's a yes. The first one, afternoon, my brother, I trust you well and your family. My sincere afternoon, my brother, I trust you well and your family. My sincere apologies for the delay in sending this message. The two vehicles for land services and security services. Did you want him to send that to the CFO as well? Did you want him to send that to the CFO as well?
He requested me to get information from Nico. Nico sent me a message to say the two vehicles for land the following. And I shared that message. I only edited that message. I only edited that message information on it, then send it to certain information on it, then send it to Sergeant.
Now, if we go to
Mr. Cheselton, and you say this message about the two vehicles. It was for what purpose? Two vehicles.
He said it was for land invasion. He said I must check it was for land invasion. He said I must check which companies DT, which companies DT, the one of Beggy and the other one, the one of Beggy and the other one, to forward it to him.
See. Thank you.
Can I just ask a question? Can I just ask a question? How would you and Nico Matabela know whether the whether the El Shaddai and Ngapeshare bids were whether the El Shaddai and Ngapeshare
He was
bids were
helping them
compliant?
with compliance, as I indicated. Helping them with compliance, earlier on that I indicated Sergeant Corsy to assist Sergeant Corsy to Nico Matabela to assist him.
So he had essentially engaged, or they'd engaged him to help. They'd engaged him to help together.
Sergeant Corsy
Put a compliant bid
him
together.
then to assist Sergeant Corsy approached him to assist Beggy. I said I can't assist. I referred him to Nico Matabela to be able to help him.
He asked you to assist Becky. You said, I can't do it, I'm in the city, but I can refer you to Nico. You said, I can't do it, I'm in the city, but I can refer you to Nico.
That's correct.
And then Becky and Nico presumably had some sort of meeting where they presumably had some sort of meeting where they worked on putting the bid together so that it would be compliant. But why then did Sergeant and Corsy need you? But why then did Sergeant and Corsy need you 25 to find out from Nico whether the bid was compliant? To find out from Nico whether the bid was compliant.
I think he prefers speaking to me to ascertain. I think he prefers speaking to me to ascertain certain.
But presumably, Nico and Becky had worked together. Nico and Becky had worked together. And by the bid was submitted, Nico had the bid was submitted. Nico had done what needed to be done to make the bid. That was Nico's function, was it not? I mean, that was Nico's function, was it not? And
that's correct.
Nico would have told Becky, okay, we've got everything in order, you can submit now. Okay, we've got everything in order, you can submit now.
That's correct.
So why some 5 months later? So why some 5 months later did Sergeant and Corsy need you to go back to Nico? Did Sergeant and Corsy need you to go back to Nico? Is the bid compliant? To ask,
I think he wanted to
is the bid compliant?
I think he wanted to ascertain that.
Nico would have told Becky before Becky submitted. Nico would have told Becky before Becky submitted that that was his job, would he not?
It's a level of trust
that was his job.
He has in. It's a level of trust maybe young boy has in me. A young boy that I grew up. The level of trust he groomed. So perhaps the level of trust.
Sorry, who is the young boy? Nico or Sergeant and Corsy? Sorry, who is the young boy? Nico or Sergeant and Corsy?
Sergeant Corsy.
But I still don't understand because you put Becky in touch with Nico. You send through Sergeant. You put Becky in touch with Nico.
Correct.
You say this is a man who knows how to help. You say this is a man who knows how to help. He will help you requirements of tenders. He will help you. I can't.
Yes.
Then Nico.
Yes.
Then Nico and Becky together. Then Nico and Becky work together. The Ngapeshare work on so that they can submit a bid that is compliant. So that they can submit a bid that is compliant. You're nodding again, yes. Now you're nodding again, yes. Presumably, now
that's correct.
Before that bid goes in, Nico has said to Becky, before that bid goes in, Nico has said to all the boxes, our bid is compliant. We've now ticked all the boxes. Our bid is compliant. We can now submit it. It's now a question of price. That was Nico's job, was it not?
That's correct.
That was Nico's job. Nico would have told Becky, and Nico would have told this. Nico would have done what we can. This bid is compliant. We've done what we can. This bid is compliant. We can submit, and that would have happened before the bid was submitted. And that would have happened before the bid. And the closing date for bids was, I think, 2 October of the previous year. And the closing date for bids was, I think, 2 October of the previous year. 5 months previously. So 5 months previously would have had. Nico and Becky would have had where they finalised the bid. One or more meetings where they finalised the bid. This bid is. Nico would have told we're good to go now. Submit. This bid is. We're good to go now. Submit. So why would Sergeant and Corsy now 5 months later? Why would Sergeant and Corsy now 5 months later? Nico was the bid to ask Nico was the bid compliant?
He asked me to say much as I indicated. He requested me much as I indicated. He requested me a previous day. Unfortunately, apart from Beggy, which bid did he also assist? Which in terms of compliance, in terms of compliance, he wanted, me to send him those names.
So the request from Sergeant and Corsy was not from Sergeant confirm that the bids are compliant, was not confirm that the bids are compliant. Did Becky help anybody else? Did Becky help anybody else? Sorry. Did Nico help anybody? Sorry. Did Nico help anybody back? And Nico writes saying yes. Nico informs you that he helped in Gabasha and El Shaddai. He helped in Gabasha and El Shaddai.
To say the two vehicles for land are the following.
The wording, the two vehicles for land are El Shaddai and was Nico's word. El Shaddai
was Nico's word.
Was Nico's word.
Was Nico's word.
But when I asked you at the beginning whether this was a message, you forwarded, you said you composed, or one that you forwarded, you said you composed.
I edited the message and sent it to. Edited the message and sent it to.
So, afternoon, my brother, is what you put in. So, afternoon, my brother, is what you put in. And your family. My sincere apologies for the delay in sending this message. That's all you. My sincere apologies for the delay in sending this message. That's all you. From and then you cut and paste from Nico.
Just to make sure that I understand. So please read. So came. Please read what came Nico from. Nico.
The two vehicle for land are. The two vehicle for land are.
All the way to the end up to last. So all the way to the end up to last.
The only the two vehicles for land. The only the two vehicles for land.
El Shaddai. Yes. All right. Two El Shaddai. That's all. All right.
If we go to page 148, that would be a file 3, not file 4. That would be a file 3, not file 4.
3. File
3.
3.
That's the chat of the CFO. That's the chat of the CFO and Sergeant and Corsy.
Maybe if SCM, I wonder if before we go there, SCM, I wonder if before we go there, I can some matters take you through, clarify some matters to, or maybe I'll do that later. Or maybe I'll do
sorry, maybe explain to me. Sorry, maybe explain to me because if what it is, you might get there anyway. Go to, but if not, then we might get there anyway. But if not, then by all means do it.
Maybe I'll go when we are done.
So, okay, do you have page 148? So,
File 3.
Do you have page 148?
Yes. File 3.
Yes. And there you'll see that on the, and remember these are the chats on the, between Sergeant and remember these are the chats would add 2 hours between Sergeant and Corsy and the CFO, so you would add 2 hours to every time that you see on these chats. You'll see that on the 11th you'll see that on the 11th at 3:21 it says 1:21, but we add 2 hours. At 3:21 it says 1:21, but Sergeant and Corsy forwards 3:21 to the Sergeant and Corsy forwards to the CFO all 3 of the messages we've been discussing. All 3 of the messages we've been discussing. The first one saying, messages, my brother, I trust you well and your family. The first one saying, afternoon, my brother, I trust you well and your family. The 2 vehicles for land are and sending this message. Security vehicles for land are services and El Shaddai. Have a blessed Sunday. Services and El Shaddai. That's the first, and then immediately underneath, that's the first, and then immediately underneath, the list of the 7 companies, and then below and your family, the above from the Red Berets, and I trust you well and your family, the above from the Red Berets, please check with them for to verify the authenticity. To verify the authenticity. And you'll see that And you'll see that go on to page 149. If you go on to page 149, a few minutes after sending there is a call at 3:24 that Sergeant Corsy makes or tries to make. That Sergeant and Corsy then he sends a message and tries to make. Then there's another call at 3:25, and then at 3:26 another call at 3:25, and then at 3:26 the CFO. And then there are some calls later on in the day. Now, from your evidence, I understand that you expected Sergeant Corsy to forward the second and the third messages to the CFO because you wanted to see suggestion that those companies were EFF companies. To the suggestion that those companies were EFF companies. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that correct? But you didn't expect him to forward the first one. I
only asked him to do the one to verify for me the second. Verify for me the second.
So you don't know why Sergeant and Corsy forwarded the first one? So you don't know why Sergeant and Corsy forwarded the first one?
No, I wouldn't know.
Now, you've said to us that you asked Sergeant and Corsy to check with the CFO. Sergeant and Corsy to check with the CFO whether your list from Muzi and Sipo was authentic, and was authentic. He reported to you on the phone that it was not. Did you take any follow-up action in relation to that?
I did not take any follow-up action. I did not take any follow-up action. Much as it was within my feeling not truthful to me. Muzi is not truthful to me.
Let's then move to the second exchange. For that, I need you to go to page 432. And there in chat number 6, you'll see at 26 minutes past 8 in the morning, Sergeant and Corsy sent WhatsApp saying, "Morning General, the list of preferred people for demolition." The list of preferred people before we get to that message. I want to take you to page 152. Just remember that's 8:26. Just remember that's 8:26 on the 18th of March. 152.
Same file.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. It's file 3.
Same file.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. It's file 3. It's file 3. And there you'll see, just towards the foot of the page, you'll see, just towards the foot of the page, which means 8:22:47, which means 8:22. There was a call from the CFO. There was a call from the CFO. 8:22:47. There's a call from the CFO. 8:22:47. There's a call from the CFO, and if we go back to 432, we'll see. 8:22:47 was the call. 8:26:47 was the call. 8:26:32. If we go a little earlier, 8:25. If we go a little earlier, 8:25 to you, or an there's a call from Sergeant and Corsy, and at 8:26:32, Sergeant and Corsy, and at 8:26:32, Sergeant and Corsy sends you Morning General. The list of preferred people for Morning General, the list of preferred people. What was Sergeant and Corsy asking you for?
I think the task is clear. I think the task is looking for companies, companies for a land
What does he mean,
invasion
preferred people? What does he mean,
He said
preferred
he need
people?
people that, he said preferred people for demolition, but he preferred people for demolition, but looking for me to check with Nico which people did he assist. Check with Nico which people did he assist.
But why would the people assisted by Nico be preferred? But why would the people assisted by Nico be preferred people?
I can't tell. I can't tell. But that's what he was asking for.
He was asking
for.
Which people Nico assisted. He was asking which people Nico assisted. But you'd already told him which people Nico assisted. You told him already told him which people Nico assisted. Previously on the 11th of March. Previously on the 11th of March. Sorry, he needed
additional people.
Why would he need additional people? Did he explain to you?
He did not.
So you understood him to be asking, please tell me which people Nico assisted with in relation to this tender.
Yes.
You'd already told him a week previously that Nico had assisted Ngapashe and El Shaddai.
Yes.
And you'd explained to him a week previously that when you forwarded that message, the two vehicles for land on Ngapashe and El Shaddai, those were the two companies that Nico had assisted.
That's correct.
And you didn't find it strange that you'd already told him once, these are the people who Nico has assisted, and now he's asking you the same question again a week later?
That's correct. As much as I'm saying, if I can take you to say, when you look at these charts, a 431 of file, when I was giving him the names he requested, that's file 4. I gave him what he wanted a day before. That was from Nico. I sent it to him. It's the 9th, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right, chat number 1 on page 431.
And he comes again after 9 or 10 days. He sent me this message on 432, on page 432. Say, Morning General, the list of preferred people for demolition. He sent me now this mail. It's 10 or 9 days after.
Yes, 9 days later.
9 days later.
And you're saying it was the same question that he'd asked you on the 9th?
Yes.
Why did he think the answer might change in the intervening 9 days? Was Nico continuing to assist people?
I'm saying I never responded on that message. You can see that I never responded up until, when you go to the messages we are in now, I think it might be on the 25th.
Well, you never responded in writing, but if we look at those messages, what we see is immediately after that text gets sent, at 8:33:52 there is a call from Sergeant and Corsy.
Yes.
At 8:34 there is another call from Sergeant and Corsy over the page on 433.
Yes.
At 8:37 you call Sergeant and Corsy.
Yes. He tried to call me, send a message, he tried to call me twice, he never found me. I called him back.
Yes, so you called him back at 8:37.
Yes. And he explained to me what is it that he wants.
And what did you tell him?
I said I'll verify, I'll check with Nico, and I never responded to him, I think for days or so. It might be more than, I think it's how many days that I never came back to him. Up until it was on the 18th, then he came.
Sorry, before we get to the 18th, I want to stay on, sorry, it is the 18th, but we're dealing with the 18th now. So we're dealing with the morning of the 18th. 8:37 is the end of that attempt of a series of calls. You get back to him at 8:37, he explains to you.
Yes.
But did he mention anything about wanting this information in relation to a call that he had had with the CFO?
He never indicated to me.
Never indicated to you?
Yes.
You see, if we go back to his chats with the CFO, your call with him is at 8:37. So the sequence is, he gets a call from the CFO, we've seen already, early in the morning, at 8:22. At 8:25, he calls you. At 8:26, he sends you this message. Morning, General, the list of preferred people for demolition. Then he tries to get you. You come back to him at 8:37. And you explain to him that the only two people that Nico had helped were Ngapashe and El Shaddai. Did you point out to him that you'd already told him this 9 days previously?
I said he requested initially, much as I'm saying, then he said he needed additional people that, he had worked on, he have assisted. It's the 18th here of March, as you can see. Much as I was trying to indicate, to say, I might not be, privy to Sergeant Corsy's discussions with the CFO. He came initially, I gave him, he wrote again on the 18th, and up until he explained to me. And I never went back to him. I think perhaps I was caught up or busy with other things. Up until he comes again back to me on the 25th to say, I requested you to check for me. Could you kindly do so? I need that, urgently so.
Well, we'll get to the 25 quite soon, but before we do, why would you understand people who had been helped by Nico as preferred people? Because his message to you is the list of preferred people for demolition. What makes the people who have been assisted by Nico preferred?
I took it maybe because he assisted Peggy, I don't know.
No, it doesn't make sense, Deputy Chief, your answer. The question is, the message says, the message from Sergeant Corsy is list of preferred people. Why would you understand that to mean people who have been assisted by Nico? It's a very specific choice of words.
Yes.
The list of preferred people. He doesn't say in this message the list of people assisted by Nico. He said prefer, and it does have a specific meaning. Why would you understand this to mean people assisted by Nico?
Preferred people, I'll explain it when we come to the 25, because he said he needed people who Nico assisted in terms of compliance, that, their bidders, Nico could see to say these comply, that he preferred to say they meet the requirements.
No, it's the 18th of March, before you get to the 25th.
Yes.
We are at the 18th of March. On the 18th of March, why did you understand this to mean people who have been assisted by Nico?
As preferred people.
Why do you understand Sergeant Corsy saying preferred people? Why do you understand that to mean people assisted by Nico on the 18th of March?
I understood it as people who meet the compliance standard of the tender, as preferred people.
Yeah, now, can you just explain it again? Maybe it's me, it's not you.
I'm saying I understood it as people who meet all the requirements as preferred.
You see, that's different from saying people assisted by Nico. If all he was asking was, give me the names of the people that have been assisted by Nico, that's a different inquiry from give me the list of people who have met the requirements.
I don't know why he wrote it this way, but he said it was people who are preferred in terms of meeting the requirement.
No, it's not. My question is not about why he wrote it this way. It is, and that's a question of Mr. Chaskalson, is why did you understand it the way you say you understood it, or the way you say it means, which is he wanted to know who has been assisted by Nico when the message says list of preferred people for demolition. You tell us you understood it, or he was saying to you, give me the list of people assisted by Nico. That's your first answer. And the question is, but how do you understand this message to mean that?
Yes, it's preferred commissioner in terms of meeting the requirement, those that he preferred.
Okay. No, that answer doesn't make sense, sorry.
Deputy Chief, so people here meant bidders, correct?
Yes.
There's technical language that is used in the procurement industry. Is it not so that ordinarily, and with the technical language in mind, that preferred, you've said people means bidders, so is it not so that preferred bidders would ordinarily mean bidders who are preferred to get the award? Ordinarily, please forget about what the actual inquiry was about. Ordinarily, preferred bidders would mean bidders that are preferred for the award. Ordinarily, is that not so?
Ordinarily, yes, Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Dlamini, at this stage in March, the bid process was at evaluation stage, correct?
Correct, Commissioner.
The submission happened in September of the previous year because the closing date was October the 2nd.
Correct, Commissioner.
Did you not find it odd that the discussion about whether from NICO's perspective the bids comply did not happen in October, but it is happening in March of the following year when it is Tshwane that is evaluating the bids?
Much as I'm saying, Commissioner, that's what he requested from me to verify, to check with NICO. And
my question to you is, did you not find it odd that this discussion, because if somebody wanted you to verify with NICO, they would ask you that in October of the previous year when NICO was working on the submissions. Why is he asking you to check with NICO when the bids are no longer with NICO, but they are with TMPD for evaluation?
It was odd, Commissioner. Much as I'm saying, I'll show the Commission to say, I never had interest in this. And I'll take you through the steps to say, I never responded to Sergeant Corsy.
So you accept that it was odd that you were being asked about a list of
yes,
preferred people while TMPD was evaluating the same bids?
Correct, Commissioner.
A historical fact, correct? This is an inquiry that relates to something historical that happened in October.
It's closed in October.
In
Yes.
fact, it relates to even before, because it would have related to a period prior to the submission of the bids. So quite historical.
Yes.
It would have served no purpose. So it was an inquiry that was not taking anybody anywhere.
Correct.
Useless information.
Correct, Commissioner.
That did not.
Much as a Commissioner, you'll take into account that when he came back again on the 25th to me, I sent him a first message because I'm saying, is looking for something that, he came for the first time, I gave him those names. He comes again, then I send him the first message that I explained to say, these things I thought, they are put to rest. This is what Nico told me.
And you did not ask him, but to what end? This, as I say, is historical. This, as I say, is useless information. This, as I say, this is information that would have assisted nobody. Yes. And you don't ask him, but this inquiry, to what end? You don't ask him that.
I did not go to that an extent.
Why not? Why not?
I sent him a
Why not? Why not? Please don't tell me what you sent him. Why not?
I felt I don't have any business to do, Commissioner, with this. I don't have any interest.
Yes, Mr. Shaskelson.
So all you did is you told him again, Nico only helped Ngapashaya and El Shaddai.
Initially, he demanded, those two. He came back again to say he needs additional names, SC. Much as I'm saying, if I can take you, through the sequence of...
No, wait. Before you go forward, you say he demanded those two names. Who demanded those two names?
Captain
Sergeant
Corsy.
So he demanded what in relation to those two names?
To say, I must confirm if Nico can give him the two names for land invasion. And I forwarded those names to him.
So, are we talking about the 11th of March or the 9th of March or the 18th of March?
We're talking about the 9th of March.
So he demanded the two names for land invasion. How did you understand that demand?
Much as I'm saying, he said I must check with Nico to give him two names that he have assisted in terms of the land invasion.
So he has. So the first question that he gets is, give me two names from Nico of companies he has assisted for land invasion.
Yes.
Now he knows that Ngapashaya has been assisted by Nico because you have told him.
Yes.
Use Nico to help your brother because I can't help your brother.
Yes.
So it's not much use to him to be told by you that Nico has helped Ngapashaya. He already knows that.
Yes.
So when you say he wanted the names of two companies that have been assisted by Nico, why would he be interested in Ngapashaya in that context? He knows that Nico's helped Ngapashaya.
Yes.
But so why would he ask you to confirm that which all three of you, Nico and Sergeant Corsy, clearly know and have known for the last 6 months that Ngapashaya was helped by Nico in preparing the bid?
Yes, he wanted two Ngapashaya and the other name.
So he was. So the demand was, I want to know which one other company apart from Ngapashaya was helped by Nico.
He wanted two names, yes.
Two
names, Ngapashaya and the other.
Yes, but he didn't want two names because he already knew one of those names. He knew that Ngapashaya had been helped. You knew that Ngapashaya had been helped. Becky knew that Ngapashaya had been helped. All three of you knew that Nico had helped Ngapashaya.
That's correct.
So he wouldn't be asking you to confirm that Nico had helped Ngapashaya.
That's what he looked for, SC, from me.
But, sorry, Deputy Chief, it just doesn't make sense at all, because he wouldn't ask you a question. Who was helped by Nico? Was Ngapashaya helped by Nico when He knew Ngapashe was helped by Nico. You knew that Ngapashe was helped by Nico. You knew that he knew that Ngapashe was helped by Nico. How could he be asking you to confirm that Ngapashe was helped by Nico? You both knew that that was the case.
That's what he requested, SC, and much as I forwarded him those two names.
That's not the question, Deputy Chief. Why would he ask this when he knew that all the role players knew that Ngapeshe had been assisted by Nico? Why? The question is why. Can you please answer the question now?
I indicate, Commissioner, to say, he asked me to say, give me two names, being Ngapeshe and the other name that Nico assisted.
That's still not answering the why. Please, Deputy Chief.
I'm not sure, Commissioner.
That's not about what he asked for. It's about why he would have asked about Ngapeshe having been assisted by Nico when all the role players, including you, knew that he had been assisted, including Sergeant Corsy, including you.
He knew, Commissioner, yes, I confirm he knew about
the question is
Ngapeshe.
why. The question is why. Why would the inquiry still have been made? Please.
He wanted the second name, Commissioner.
Mr. Shaskelson?
So you're now saying that what he was asking for was essentially who is the second company that that Nico helped?
Correct.
We all know he helped Ngapashe. Who's the second company?
Correct, SC.
And when he asks you on the 18th, the list of preferred people for demolition, what is he asking then?
SC, much as I indicate to you to say, I send him this, he comes again on the 18th to say the list of preferred people for demolition.
And what did you tell him? Because you explained, well, first, what did you understand by that request? What was he asking?
To say he needed a list of preferred bidders for land invasion who have tendered.
So now he wanted a list of preferred bidders.
Yes.
In other words, the bidders who have made it through a stage of evaluation to the point at which they designated preferred bidders.
Yes, bidders who have tendered and so forth.
Yes, but preferred bidders are different from general bidders. You know, you get a list of bidders on the tender register. Preferred bidders are bidders who have been considered by the BEC and the BAC, and they are the ones who are essentially shortlisted for award.
In this instance, preferred bidders for him were those that were assisted by Nico.
But why would assistance from Nico qualify you as a preferred bidder?
I can't tell that one, Commissioner, why he looked for them.
And how did you know that that when he said the list of preferred bidders or the list of preferred people, you understood that what he meant was people helped by Nico?
Correct.
Well, how did you understand, or how did you know that was what he meant?
I understood it as preferred people who assisted by Nico in terms of compliance of their tender document.
But how? Why? I mean, it doesn't say, Morning General, can you give me a list of people who Nico assisted in TMPD 1? It says, Morning General, the list of preferred people for demolition.
That's correct, SC.
So how did you know that what he actually meant was the list of people Nico helped?
He called me, SC, and explained to me.
And then you called him back and you spoke to him. We see at 8:37 a.m. on page 433.
Yes, he called first, and then he called, and then I called him back.
And did you then tell him it's Ngapashe and El Shaddai?
I told him, then he said I must also check with Nico the other bidders that he have assisted.
You see, that doesn't tally with the external evidence, because you'll recall this whole exchange with you seems to start with a call from the CFO to Sergeant and Corsy before Sergeant and Corsy sends that text saying the list of preferred bidders. And where it ends is on page 143, when after your last call with Sergeant and Corsy, which was at 8:37, at the foot of page 152, not on 153, so it's 152. At the foot of 152, at what is 8:50, so it's after your last call, Sergeant and Corsy WhatsApps back to the CFO, Ngapashe Security Services and El Shaddai Security Services. So he's not waiting for anything further from you. He is telling the CFO, Ngapashe and El Shaddai. Now, if, as you say, you were going to go back to Nico and you told the sergeant that when you ask for a list of preferred bidders, I understand that you're asking who Nico helped. I've already told you it's Ngapashe and El Shaddai. You now say I must check if there's anybody else. I have to go back to Nico. I will come back to you. If you had said that to Sergeant and Corsy, why would he then, almost immediately after your call, WhatsApp the CFO with the two names of Ngapashe and El Shaddai?
I can't tell SC, but much as I said to him, I'll have to check with Nico because I don't have any information with me.
You see, as between Sergeant and Corsy and the CFO, they understood that this exchange had now been resolved, because you see, after Ngapashe and El Shaddai, at the foot of 152, at the top of 153, the CFO writes back, "Thanks, my bro," and Sergeant and Corsy sends him a thank you emoji. All of this is still happening before 9 o'clock in the morning on the 18th of March. But your evidence is that Sergeant and Corsy actually had asked you, who else, apart from Ngapashe and El Shaddai, did Nico help? And you had told him, I need to speak to Nico before I can answer that, because last time he told me El Shaddai and Ngapashe, and I don't understand there to be anybody else. But I'll check with him. That's your version.
That's correct.
Now you can tell me, I think you're going to take me to, well, I think you're going to take me to the 25th and the mandate that was given to Victor by Nico. But before, there's something else that happens before that. So can you just, we'll get there, but can you just wait, because I want to do it in the sequence. Because what we see on page 434 on the 21st, can you go to 434?
Yes.
In chat number 3, Sergeant and Corsy forwards you a message that says, "Good morning, I had a meeting with Action SA and EFF yesterday. Telling me to submit 5 is an insult and didn't sit well with me." Now, how did you understand that message?
He then called me and explained the message, what is it all about, because I did not understand who had a meeting with Action SA and EFF in this regard.
And what did he explain?
He told me that is a message that was sent to him from the CFO. I think he got it from the deputy mayor or something like that.
So who apparently had the meeting with Action SA and EFF?
I'm not sure who had the meeting.
But who did Sergeant Corsy tell you
I just
had
asked
the
him
meeting?
where does the message emanate from and what is it in conjunction with.
And he told you that it came from the CFO, and he mentioned the deputy mayor.
Yes.
But did he say, who had had the meeting with the EFF and Action SA?
He never explained that to me.
But the purpose of your call was to get clarity. What's this message about? Surely you'd have asked them who's meeting with Action SA and EFF.
He called me. He just said he wanted to show me that things are happening.
And did he explain that the things that were happening around TMPD 1?
That's exactly what he said.
And so somebody was meeting with Action SA and EFF, he was telling you, and that somebody had been told to submit 5 bidders and thought that was an insult.
Yes, that's what the message indicates.
And what was your response?
I just said it means then there's high contestation.
Sorry?
I said it seems there's high contestation.
High conversation?
High contestation, perhaps in the political sphere or something.
Have you encountered, political sphere interference in tenders before in your time at Tshwane?
I haven't. I took a decision long ago not to engage with politicians for personal reasons. I don't talk to politicians.
But have you been aware of political sphere interference in tenders previously, even if you haven't been involved in it?
No, never.
So this was the first time in your experience that you'd encountered what seemed to be an attempt at political interference in the award of a tender?
The message that he showed me, I said that there's high contestation. The thing is that I avoid politicians for personal reasons, as I indicated. I have a history in politics, so I avoid them.
The high contestation that you referred to, you mean for the tender?
Yes.
To do with the tender?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's contestation by political parties who want to influence the award of the tender?
I took it like that.
Did Sergeant Corsy not mention to you that this message had been sent to the Deputy Mayor, Mr. Modise?
He never explained that to me.
And your response was what? Just you don't want to be involved in this?
Yes. Stay far from politics.
You see, if we look at the series of phone calls around this message, it starts on page 154, file 3.
File 3.
And you'll see at the top of page 154 is the message that we've just been looking at. It gets forwarded by the CFO to Sergeant and Corsy. Then, and that's at 11:07 in the morning. You've got to add 2 hours. Then at 11:08, there is a call from the CFO to Sergeant and Corsy. And we've checked that that call lasted 9 minutes. So that takes us to 11:17, which is exactly the time that Sergeant and Corsy WhatsApps you the call, WhatsApps you the message at page 434. And then straight after sending you the message, he calls you at 11:17. Then if we go back to page 154, we see that he sent you the call at 11:17. He's made you a call at 11:17. At 11:18:26, the CFO calls him. At 11:19:51, he calls back. At 11:20, he calls back. At 11:20, he calls back again. At 11:21, the CFO calls him. That's at 11:21. We go back to your exchanges at page 434, and we see at 11:22, in chat number 5, there's another call between you and Sergeant and Corsy. So what we see is around this particular chat, a series of calls between the CFO and Sergeant and Corsy, and a series of calls between yourself and Sergeant and Corsy, and they're all interspersed. But you're saying you just made clear to Sergeant and Corsy that you wanted nothing to do with political interference.
That's correct, SC.
And in those later calls, what was going on?
I indicated that we speak frequently. I might not recall what is it that he might have been calling me for. I mean, sometimes he'll call me with regard to issues regarding either my son or whatever the case it might be. So we speak frequently. It might be either a coincidence, but when I speak to him, it's on many aspects that we speak about.
You see, let's go to the third exchange, which is, I think, the one you wanted to take me to, which is the 25th of March, page 439. Now, maybe before we get to 439, we should get to 436. Because what we see in 436 is that on the 20... sorry, I've just lost my... If you look at chat number 2 on file 4 at 111, Sergeant and Corsy at 1:11 p.m. sends you a screenshot of a conversation that he's been having with the CFO. And you'll find that screenshot at page 509. So if you go to 509. 509. And you'll see there no, I apologize. I apologize. We've got the wrong screenshot here. We don't have the correct screenshot. I won't go down that road. That screenshot was sent the day before. We haven't got the right one. But if you we don't have the right document available, but what I want to ask you is that the evidence of the CFO and Sergeant and Corsy was that on 25 March, the CFO had asked for a meeting with you and the CFO and Sergeant and Corsy were due to meet. CFO says it was due to discuss, it was about discussing issues relating to the invoicing of Gubis. Do you recall having a face-to-face meeting with the CFO and Sergeant and Corsy in relation to the invoicing of Gubis?
I never turned up for the meeting because I was going for a training run, so I could not honor the meeting.
So you recall the meeting request, as it were, but you couldn't honor it?
That's correct.
Then let's go down to page 439. And there you send Sergeant and Corsy a meeting in chat a message in chat number 5 that says, Captain, I mandate to Victor Piwe Yona. So what was that message about?
As much as I'm saying, let me then explain this to say if you go from, the matters where they've started, as you have been indicating, when I gave Sergeant Corsy, requested those 2 names when I gave him on the 9th. You'll realize that, I gave him the names as it was said, these are my bidders or my companies. He comes again, on the 18th with that message, Morning General, the list of preferred people for demolition. And we spoke on the phone, he explained to me, and I said I'll check with Nico. I never went back to him, I think after 9 days or so. In that regard, he speaks again to say, I'm still waiting, we spoke on this, and you haven't given me any feedback in that regard. That was the 18th when he sent me that preferred list for bidders. On the 25th of March, it comes again, this matter, then I check with Nico. Nico sent me the list of bidders and say, this is what was given to Victor. Then I send it to Sergeant Corsy and say, but this is what Nico told me to say. This was given to Victor, the company. So I'm not sure why are you looking for other bidders and so forth.
So Nico said that this was a list of companies that he gave to Victor.
That's what he said.
When did he give this list to Victor? Did he explain?
No, I never asked him that.
And who is Victor?
Victor, I knew Victor as the person who works at supply chain.
Is it Victor Khopa?
I think so.
And was he chairing the BEC on this bid?
I'm not sure about it.
Well, we have had evidence elsewhere that Victor Gopa was the chair of the BEC on this bid.
Okay.
So this was a list that Nico said he gave to Victor, who we know to be the chair of the BEC.
That's correct.
And it was in relation to TMPD1.
Correct.
And when did Victor tell you that this was the list he'd given to Victor?
I was not told by Victor, I'm told by
So,
Nico.
sorry, but Nico, when did Nico tell you that this is the list he'd given
On
to
the
Victor?
25th when he sent me this list.
And if we go back to your message to Sergeant and Corsy on page 439, we see that when you send that list of companies, your covering message says Captain Nai mandate u Victor Apiwayona.
Correct.
So what you're telling Sergeant and Corsy is that this list of companies is the mandate that was given to Victor.
That's what Nico told me.
Now, what is a mandate?
I believe when he said this is the mandate, I'm saying Victor, it means he must work on those companies.
So Victor must work on those companies.
Correct.
So Victor must give preference to those companies in the procurement process.
That's correct.
So when we're talking about preferred bidders, we're now talking about, when we previously talked about preferred bidders, we're now dealing with a situation where there is a request for preferred bidders status for these 7 companies.
That's correct.
And what did you say to Nico when he told you this is the mandate that I've given to Victor?
As much as I send it to Sergeant Corsy to say he's looking for something while I'm being told to say already Victor was given a list of preferred bidders.
So you've got some evidence
Sorry. Please repeat that. I don't understand you.
I'm saying Nico sends me this list and say these are the preferred bidders that were given to Victor on TMPD 01. So I'm sending it to Sergeant Corsy to say you are looking for something else. This is what I'm being told.
So Sergeant and Corsy asks you for a list of other companies that Nico has assisted.
Yes.
You give him back a list that Nico tells you he has given to Victor as the mandate for TMPD1.
Yes.
Then
he tells me to say, no, check with Nico. I need to send the other names to the CFO. If you can ensure that Nico gives you other bidders that he have prepared in terms of compliance that I need to send to the CFO.
So, sorry, when did he say that?
On the 25th when we spoke.
And when did you speak on the 25th?
I spoke to Nico again, then he sent me a message that I sent to Sergeant Corsy.
Sorry, I'm just getting the sequence a bit confused. So you're saying that back on the, well, correct me if I'm misunderstanding you, because I don't want to put words in your mouth that are wrong. But you're saying that back on the, I think it was the 18th, Sergeant and Corsy said, give me, when he said the list of preferred bidders for TMPD, for the demolition tender, what he was actually asking for was a list of other bidders that Nico may have assisted, beyond Ngapashe and El Shaddai.
Yes.
And then you speak to Nico on the 25th, and he says, this is the mandate that I gave to Victor.
Correct.
And you understood that to mean that Nico had been communicating with Victor and had told Victor that these 7 companies and we see them on page 525, are the companies that should get the tender.
That's correct.
And so you go back to Sergeant and Corsy.
Correct.
And you say to him, you asked me for the other companies that Nico had been assisting. This is the mandate that Nico gave to Victor of companies who should be given preferred bidder status.
That's correct.
So you knew that Nico was now talking to the chair of the BEC, or to Victor, who you knew to be involved in procurement, and was giving Victor a list of companies who he wanted to be appointed in this case.
I don't know that. I did not know that. And I'm not sure if that's correct or it's false or it's true, but that's what he told me.
Well, Nico had said that he had talked to Victor and he had given Victor a list of 7 companies that should be given preferred bidder status.
That's what he said to me.
And what did you do with that information?
I gave it to Sergeant Corsy to say, but you are still looking, but this is what was given already.
Now, Victor is a member of your department, is he not?
No.
Victor Hope is not a member of the TMPD.
No. He's not a member of the TMPD.
Is he from Central Procurement?
I understood him to say earlier that he is in supply chain management.
Sorry.
Yes. Just a matter of detail, Mr. Shaskelson. If you've touched on this already, please forgive me. But where did Nico get this list from? Do you know?
I don't know.
Or you may continue, Mr. Shaskelson.
But at any rate, you'd now been told that Nico, who's someone who you deal with.
I dealt with when I'm dealing with issues of, I indicated that I worked with him 97 when I left the army to manage the taxi business and so forth. I worked with him in terms of, ensuring that the permits for vehicles and all those other things.
Well, let me take a step back. Nico, who is the person who you refer bidders to when they want to put in place compliant bids. Nico is the man you refer them to if they ask you to help them assemble compliant bids. You say, I can't do it, but I know someone who can. Nico is that man.
I don't refer bidders to Nico. I only referred Sergeant Corsy to say, let him help Peggy. I don't refer bidders.
Okay, Nico is the person you refer Sergeant and Corsy to.
Correct.
Yes. Nico is now telling you that he has gone to the chair of the BEC and given him a mandate to appoint 7 companies for this bid.
That's what he said, then he sent me the list.
Yes.
I gave it to Sergeant Corsy.
But Nico is essentially admitting to an attempt to corrupt this procurement process, is he not?
I don't know whether this was true or not. People might claim sometimes.
No, but Nico was saying he gave that list to Victor.
That's what he said.
Now, so he has been party to an attempt on his own version to corrupt the procurement process.
I can't confirm that.
Well, why can't you confirm that? He says, I've gave this list to Victor as the mandate for TMPD1.
I've seen a lot of people who lure people to say they have either connections within the city, they can help them and so forth, just to benefit, of which it's not true.
Yes, but even if it's not true, he is claiming to have been party to an attempt to corrupt the procurement process here.
A claim might not be a reality. People will let people and say, I know this judge, let's go to him, I've spoken to him. We can either arrange your bail and so forth. Sit here. I've arranged. While it's not true, the same thing that other people do, especially with supply chain processes. There's a lot of bogus people who claim sometimes to be having connections, speaking to people while it's not true. So I can't confirm that.
Deputy Chief, assuming that it was true, that is the list or the mandate had indeed been given, would that have amounted to an attempt to corrupt the tender process, assuming it was true?
Assuming it was true, yes, it amounts to that, Commissioner.
Deputy Chief, you must have assumed it is true. Why else would you have forwarded it to Sergeant Corsy? Because you cannot forward something that you know to be false to Sergeant Corsy. So you must have believed that it is true, because you said earlier, he gave you a list of preferred bidders. And then you said, but I already have this from Victor, so what you are asking me is already there. So which means you must have believed that you are being told the truth, because you used this very list to respond to what he had asked you earlier.
Commissioner, I asked me to check with Nico. Nico gave me that.
Exactly.
And say, this is what I've given
Exactly.
to Victor. So I assume Sergeant Corsy must be knowing these things. Why does he keep on looking either for additional people and so forth?
But I'm saying then you must have assumed, I'm not saying you knew, you must have assumed that it is correct what you are being told, that Victor has been given this money.
I assumed as such,
Yes.
Commissioner.
And, sorry, Chair, go ahead.
You said Sergeant Corsy's inquiry was again about who had been assisted by Nico, correct?
Correct.
Even at this late stage.
Correct.
Now you are given a list in relation to a mandate of preferred bidders now, that is, people who should be preferred for the award of the tender, correct?
Correct, Commissioner.
And then you give that to Sergeant Corsy, correct?
Correct.
And do you give it to Sergeant Corsy on the understanding that it was a response to his inquiry?
Correct, to say it will put the matter to rest.
How could that be? How could that be a response to Sergeant Corsy? Because now this is about preferred bidders. Sergeant Corsy had made an inquiry about other people who had been assisted by Nico. But you are not giving him that. What you are giving him is a list of preferred bidders. How could that be a response to Sergeant Corsy's latest inquiry? The two just do not correspond.
I thought it will put his request to rest that because Nico has done that, he might not continue.
How could it put the inquiry to rest? Because it's not answering the question. The question is, who else was assisted by Nico? And what you get is not a response to that, but rather a mandate in relation to preferred bidders. So it cannot put the inquiry to rest because it's not answering that inquiry. So why did you give him something that did not relate to the inquiry, and yet you purported to be doing exactly that? The two do not correspond, as I say.
Commissioner, there are names there, and I take once he sees those names, then he'll be satisfied.
Satisfied by something that does not, on your own understanding, answer his inquiry. How could he be satisfied?
He'll take the same name list that, Nico provide me to say I've given this to
But
Victor.
that list is not about assistance, it's about preferred bidders. So how could he be satisfied?
Commissioner, I took it that he'll be satisfied with that list.
Even though it wasn't answering the inquiry?
Much as he made the follow-up again with me.
Deputy Deputy Commissioner, the Nico, who is Nico in the scheme of things?
Nico doesn't work for the city.
Yes, who is he?
He assists people with, filling bids and so forth.
So when he gives you a list which is a mandate, why do you pass it on? If he's just a random person, why do you take that list and pass it on?
Much as I'm saying, Sergeant Corsy requested me to check with him, then he gave me that list.
No, your message says na mandate Victor apiwe yona. So Victor, you've spoken to Nico. He's told you that he's got a mandate to do with this list.
Yes.
Whether he's telling the truth or not
Yes.
is irrelevant to my question. He tells you, I have a mandate relating to this list. Why do you pass it on to Sergeant Nkosi?
I was giving him information to say he's requesting names, but names have already been given.
No, your message is a mandate. It's a mandate that Victor has been given. That's what Nico tells you. Victor, the chairperson of the BEC, has been given a mandate. And this is the mandate. It's a list. Why do you pass on that list to Sergeant Nkosi as a mandate that you are told by Nico has been given to Victor?
It's because, Commissioner, he said he wanted me to get a list from Nico to give it to
Did Sergeant Nkosi say to you, get me the mandate, the list of the mandate that Nico has been given, or that Nico has given to Victor? Is that what Nkosi asked from you? Because your answer makes sense only if Sergeant Nkosi asked you to find out what mandate has Victor been given. Then it makes sense, your answer.
I gave him, Commissioner, much as I forwarded the name list, and also I indicated to say, Nico indicated to say, he gave this to Victor as a mandate.
My question is, did Sergeant Nkosi say to you, find out from Nico what mandate has Victor been given? Did Sergeant Nkosi ask you that kind of question?
No, Commissioner.
Okay, so why is your message to Sergeant Nkosi that here's the mandate that Victor has been given, if that's not what Sergeant Nkosi asked you to find out?
I was making him aware with a view that it will put his request to rest.
The request for what?
For another companies, names of companies that he wants.
That he wants for what?
He said he wants to send to the CFO.
So he said to you he wants a list of companies that he wants to send to the CFO.
Yes.
And then you say then to him, here's the list that comes from Nico. Okay, thank you.
Can I, Deputy Chief, I'm making a plea to you because you must assume that we can read, and these WhatsApps are in English, right? And the answers you are giving do not correspond to these WhatsApps. Unless these people were speaking in codes and you were speaking in codes, what you are telling us and what the WhatsApps say are miles apart. So my plea to you is to answer questions truthfully, because I don't think you are doing that at this stage. You are being asked for a list of companies Nico assisted. Instead of giving that list, you give a list of a mandate that is given to Victor. And you are saying that will put the inquiry to rest. How can it put an inquiry to rest when the list you are giving has nothing to do with the request to you? You are asked for a list, listen to this. You are asked for a list of companies Victor assisted, of Nico assisted, correct?
Correct.
But you don't give that list. Instead, you give a list of a mandate given to Victor for a different reason, because you said that mandate was given to Victor so that Victor can work with those companies. But that is a different issue too. Which companies did NICO assist?
Commissioner Kumalo, I'm saying I'm requested the list. There's the list is attached there. I further indicate to say, but this was given to Victor as per NICO, as a mandate. There are name list of companies there.
So I want you to reflect on my plea during the lunch break. And when you come back from lunch, I'm going to ask you to please answer truthfully, because the impression I get sitting here, we can read. You must assume we can read. And what we are reading and what you are telling us are miles apart.
I'm answering truthfully, Commissioner, much as I'm saying.
The request was for you to reflect over the lunch adjournment, and perhaps this is an opportune moment for us to take the lunch adjournment. Let's resume at 2 p.m.
Good afternoon all. We are ready to resume the afternoon's proceedings. Please switch off your devices. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Shaswatsi.
Deputy Chief, we were talking about the WhatsApp that you sent to Sergeant and Corsy in relation to what you had learned from Victor. And you had said that you believed, sorry, not from Victor, you spoke to Nico, not Victor. You believed Nico when he said to you he had given a mandate to Victor to give privilege to those 7 companies on his list.
That's correct. Yes.
Now, flowing from that, you would have believed that Nico understood that Victor was open to interfering with the regularity of the bid to give preference to those 7 companies.
That I can confirm, SC.
But you can't confirm that he was, but you must surely be able to confirm that Nico thought that he was.
Yes, much as I'm saying, Nico might have thought so, but I can't confirm that.
Well, I want to ask you, did you investigate this further? Did you conduct any investigation into whether Victor had been compromised in any way in relation to this bid?
No, I did not do so.
Is that not something that falls under your responsibilities as head of internal affairs?
No, I think tender irregularities are being dealt at by group audit and risk.
Now, there's a difference between tender irregularities and tender malfeasance, somebody who deliberately rigs a tender. Does that not fall under your jurisdiction?
No, it doesn't fall under my jurisdiction.
So if you receive information that someone has taken a bribe, I'm not saying this happened in this case, but if you receive information that someone has taken a bribe to rig a tender, is that not something that, someone within the city, is that not something that is your responsibility under internal affairs?
SC, I believe that there's quite a number of incidents where people allege things that are not there.
We'll get to that shortly, but my first question is, if you receive information that someone has taken a bribe to rig a tender, is that your responsibility to action as head of internal affairs?
If that's reported, SC.
If that's recorded?
If that's reported,
Reported.
That's got a complainant in that regard.
So if a complainant comes to you and says, this tender official has taken a bribe on this bid, it's your responsibility to investigate.
He has to reduce it in writing, Commissioner, as SC.
But in this case, someone from outside the city, Nico, had come to you claiming to have given a mandate to the head of the BEC to rig a tender in favor of 7 companies. You had one potential perpetrator admitting that he had done this. You'll accept that?
That's what he claimed, which might not be truthful.
But surely, if you have a perpetrator claiming to have rigged a tender to you, the head of the Internal Affairs Department, that's something that needs to be investigated, because what he's saying is that the head of the BEC is open to manipulating this tender dishonestly.
As I indicated, that's what he might claim, only to find that he doesn't even know Victor and so forth.
Yes, but you can only work out whether he does or doesn't know Victor after you've done some investigation, can you not?
I think, there are a number of incidents sometimes that do happen. People will name drop either my name. I know that in most instances, people name drop on such matters. Even, on HR matters, people will name drop.
But you believed him. That's why you passed on this message, which you knew will end up with a CFO, so you believed him. You didn't treat him as just name dropping. You took it seriously enough that you forwarded the messages, and well knowing that they will end up with a CFO who's also the chairperson of the BAC.
I might have at that particular time taken his statement, but much as I'm saying, I forwarded it to Sergeant Corsy with an understanding that he's demanding, additional names from me, but this is what I had.
You forwarded, even if we accept on your version that this was your response to Sergeant Corsy, who had demanded more information or names, and you forwarded it for the reasons you say. That's not the conversation. The conversation is, you have this list, which is a mandate. Nico tells you, mandate to Victor. You pass it on. So at that point, you are not thinking his name dropping. You pass it on, and you pass it on well knowing that it will end up with the chairperson of the BAC.
He might have shared it with him, yes.
No, you knew it was going there. Your dealings, all your dealings with Sergeant Corsy about this tender are that he is the middleman between you and the CFO. You know that. And we see that in the WhatsApp messages, and you are not disputing that. You knew and you intended to communicate with the CFO through Sergeant Corsy, so you knew that's what's happening. Sergeant Corsy is outside TMPD, so it wasn't just for him to use. You knew this is part of information that will end up before the BAC when you forwarded it.
That's not correct, Commissioner, because I don't have any dealings with the CFO.
You have dealings with the CFO through Sergeant Corsy. You keep saying, tell him forward to this, give this to him forward to, and you've agreed that forward to is the CFO. Unless you want to change that part of your evidence. But your evidence is, you knew that all correspondence, in fact, you say you know that forward to refers to the CFO. You have forwarded things that say, tell him forward to this. So you knew it's stuff that is intended for the CFO. Otherwise, why are you giving this stuff to Nkosi if it's not meant to come into your TMPD, into your Tshwane tender process? Why is it going to Nkosi?
Commissioner, I still maintain I don't have dealings with the CFO.
Okay.
Can I just follow up on what Advocate Chaskalson said? You as head of internal affairs, it goes beyond that. You are an employee of the city of Tshwane, correct?
That's correct,
and this
Commissioner.
tender concerned your department, TMPD, correct?
That's correct.
And as employee of the city of Tshwane, do you not have a duty to act in the best interests of your employer?
I do have that duty, Commissioner.
And do you accept that if what Nico told you was true, then this tender would have been compromised? If it was true, what Nico told you, then this tender would have been compromised?
Yes, if it was true, but much as I indicate that people claim to be knowing people and it doesn't happen. As it stands amongst, that mandate list of companies, not even a single one, I think, was appointed. But that's what Nico made me to believe.
Yes. But if it was true, you accept that the tender would have been compromised.
If
I'm
it
not
was
saying
true,
it was true, if what Nico told you was true.
yes, if it was true.
So why did you not see a need to report it to the City of Tshwane and TMPD that the chairperson of the BEC may have been compromised or may have been given a mandate to compromise the bid?
I took it that he might be name dropping the name of Victor.
But
once people pick up to say who's the chair of the bid evaluation, they run with it. They go out to service providers and say, we have spoken to this chairperson and so forth.
So to you it was name dropping, and you established that as a fact, that it was name dropping.
It emerged as a name dropping.
Did you establish that as a fact, or you were only suspecting that it is name dropping?
I suspected so.
You had not established it?
No.
And you saw no need to investigate, as Advocate Jaskalsen asked you?
I don't think I saw a need, Commissioner, to investigate it.
All right, let me leave it there.
Can I ask you this? If a third party from outside the city came as a complainant and lodged a complaint that Nico, who represented a competing bidder, had said that he had given a mandate to the chair of the BEC to manipulate the bid in favor of 7 companies, would you investigate that?
Correct, SC.
So if a third party comes and makes the complaint, you will investigate it. But if the facts that the third party complaint, that the notional third party complaint is based on, come to your attention directly, you don't see a need to investigate them.
The third party, I believe we could have reduced it into a statement, Commissioner, SC.
But you could reduce it into a statement. You could be the complainant yourself, as is often the case in police matters. You could say, Nico came to me and said that he had given a mandate to the chair of the BEC to manipulate the tender in favor of these 7 bidders. This is the A1 statement in the docket to investigate the chair of the BEC.
I did not see it in that way, SC.
May not have seen it in that way now that it is being raised with you. Nico, an outsider, comes to you, says the chairperson of the BEC has been given a mandate to prefer these companies. Now we put to you that now, even with the benefit of hindsight, if you like, you could have been the one that lays a complaint that would then be investigated. You complete a statement and submit whether to your, I think you call it your integrity unit, the right body in the city, or to the police, where you say, a civilian, a member of the public has told me that the chairperson of the BEC has been given a mandate. You could have done that. You didn't do it. We know you didn't do it. You're telling us you didn't see it. Strangely, you say you didn't see it that way, but you could have done that.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you.
So that text that you sent to Sergeant and Corsy was at 8:02 p.m. An hour later, you sent him a different message. That's at the top of page 440. Chat number 1. 9:03 p.m. Captain, find below our vehicles for land to be given Guampuetu in order of priority. And then what follows is the name of, in fact, 6 companies, because number 4, there are 2 number 4s, so it should be 456 as opposed to 445. There's 6 companies, and the first 2 are El Shaddai and Ngape Share. What was that message about? What were you telling Sergeant and Corsy?
As indicated, SC, that Sergeant Corsy insisted that I need to get Nico to give him additional 5 companies to be 7, that he wants to give it to the CFO to ensure that, he's able to check for him if they comply accordingly, and I must indicate that Nico must put it in order of priority in terms of the requirements that, the first that meets, the requirements in terms of how he evaluated in terms of that priority himself when he prepared them.
But, so you're saying this was a list that Sergeant and Corsy wanted of 7 companies now?
Correct.
That Nico had evaluated, and that Nico believed to be compliant.
Correct.
But you'd already asked Nico a few weeks previously, well, not a few weeks, a few weeks previously, before the 9th, to give you companies that were compliant, that he had assisted, and he'd come back with only 2, Ngape Share and El Shaddai. Why did you think now that he would be able to come up with 7?
The initial request was that he gives me an additional company on top of Ngape Share, so that there might be 2. Now currently he's looking for additional 5 companies.
Additional companies?
Correct.
That he would have assisted to complete the tenders?
That's correct, SC.
But again, if we look at the message that you send, it just doesn't square with that explanation. It says, Captain, find below our vehicles for land to be given ku mfowethu in order of priority. Why would it be necessary to give any of this to the CFO? What's it got to do with the CFO?
Sergeant Corsy requested me that he wants to give them to the CFO to check for him these companies.
To check what in relation to the companies?
He indicated that he wants to check with the CFO if they comply, they meet all the requirements.
But the CFO has no business doing that, does he? Because the CFO is not a member of the BEC. And that's the job of the BEC, not the job of the CFO.
And that's what Sergeant Corsy told me.
Sorry, what did Sergeant Corsy tell you?
He told me that he wants to give them to the CFO.
But for what purpose?
As I indicate to say, he needed them in order of priority, as Nico preferred them in terms of compliance, so that the CFO can check and verify if they do comply.
But how can the CFO check? Well, let me put the question differently. You know that the CFO sits on the bid adjudication committee.
Correct.
Now, if he sits on the bid adjudication committee, he can't sit on the bid evaluation committee.
That's correct.
Compliance is an issue in the first instance for the bid evaluation committee.
That's correct, SC.
And members and Tswane employees who are not members of the BEC are not allowed to see anything that serves before the BEC.
That's correct.
So how could the CFO check for compliance of companies in a bid that was serving before the BEC?
SC, I think you should know that the relationship that Sergeant Corsy have with the CFO, I'm not, having the same relationship myself and the CFO. So what are they discussing, or what is he talking with the CFO? I might not be aware of in most instances.
No, but in this case you were aware because he told you that the CFO would check for compliance on these 7 companies, you say?
Much as I'm indicating, that's what Sergeant Corsy made me to believe, that he's in contact with the CFO on this matter.
Now, if you believed that, you believed at the time that Sergeant Corsy and the CFO were together doing something that was not lawful. They were arranging for the CFO to take a look at documents that were serving before the BEC when the CFO ought not to have had access to those documents.
He made me to believe that, SC, but even if you can check my chat with Sergeant Corsy, I gave him the information. There's nowhere where I make a follow-up to say whether what is happening, what is the progress, or how far are these things. You wouldn't discover anywhere where I make a follow-up myself, because it was not of my interest, SC.
Sorry, Mr. Chaskalson. Deputy Chief, did it not occur to you that it was you now who was interfering in an ongoing tender process? Because when you say to Sergeant Corsy, give this list to the CFO to check whether these 7 companies comply with the tender requirements. It's no longer Nico, it's no longer Sergeant Corsy. It's you now who's interfering in an ongoing tender process, because it is you who's making the request to Sergeant Corsy to give a list to the CFO to check whether these 7 companies are compliant. It's you now who's interfering in the tender process. It's no longer other people, this is you.
Not true, Commissioner, because I indicated that Sergeant Corsy called me. It's not me. If it was me, I had a vested interest, Commissioner. You'd see in this chart, either I would inquire to say how far is the process or what is happening. There's no way in the charts, since the first, 2 names I've given, I could have either made a follow-up to say either are we winning or what is happening. Nowhere in the charts where you could see me making a follow-up with the names that Sergeant Corsy requested.
I did not say you have a vested interest. I said by virtue of the fact that you are saying to Sergeant Corsy, Captain, find below our vehicles, for land to be given to the CFO in order of priority. You are giving this to Nkosi, and you are saying Nkosi must give this to the CFO. That action on its own is you interfering in an ongoing tender process. Whether you have interest or not, whether you followed up or not, simply by doing that, you are interfering in the tender process. And you are doing so unlawfully.
Sorry for interjecting.
And if I may add, so let me put it in 2 ways. You are interfering in a tender process and you are doing so unlawfully.
That's not true, Commissioner, because he requested this for me to send him this message, and I did as he has requested.
Doesn't matter who requested you. Doesn't matter who requested you. The mere fact that you did that, you were interfering in a tender process and you were doing so unlawfully.
That's not correct, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chaskal.
Well, what you're saying is that that message in chat number 1 was really responding to a request made by Sergeant Corsy as opposed to making a request to Sergeant Corsy. Is that what you're saying? That you were responding to his request, you weren't making any request to him?
Yes.
That's not how he seems to have seen it, because his response is not thank you for responding to my request, it is done. In other words, I have done what you have requested me to do. We see that in chat 2 at 9:04.
That's correct.
So how does that square with your explanation that he had just made a request to you to give you a list of companies assisted by NICO who could then be checked for compliance, and you just complied with his request. You weren't making any request to him.
He has requested me SC because I think when he was responding here, he already told me that he wants to send a list to the CFO for the CFO, to assist him to check for compliance. So he was merely either indicating to me that he has done that already. It was not my list or my making this list, SC.
There's then another call between the two of you at 9:04, and then you...
Sorry, just before you move on. At this stage, bids had been submitted a long time ago, and as Mr. Shaskelson is saying, they were now ready for evaluation. Correct?
Correct, Commissioner.
And I'm sure you would agree that it is not proper to change the content of non-compliant bids to make them compliant. Correct?
Correct, Commissioner.
I'm asking this to understand this idea that what was sought from the CFO was for him to confirm whether or not these bids were compliant.
That's what Sergeant Corsy informed me, Commissioner.
Now, if bids had long closed and you accept that at that stage you cannot change a non-compliant bid and make it compliant, what purpose would the request to the CFO have served?
I'm not
assuming, for example, that the answer from the CFO was these bids are non-compliant. So what purpose would the inquiry to him or from him have made, or rather, what purpose would that have served?
I'm not abreast, Commissioner, with the discussions between Sergeant Corsy and the CFO.
No, I'm not asking about them, I'm asking you now. I'm asking you. Would the inquiry have served any purpose at all?
That's what the Sergeant Corsy requested.
No. Please answer my question. I'm asking it a third time now. Would it have served any purpose for the CFO to pronounce on the compliance or otherwise of these bids? I'm asking you. I'm not asking about their interaction.
I don't think it might have served any purpose, Commissioner.
Thank you. I will tell you that it would not have served any purpose. You've basically agreed in the last answer.
Deputy Commissioner, what interest did you have in any one of these companies?
I did not have any interest, Commissioner, in any one of these companies.
Okay, that's my first question. What interest did you have in any one of them being appointed or being successful in the bid?
I did not have any interest in any one of them to be appointed because I was not going to benefit or I'm not benefiting anything.
Then explain why in your message you speak about our vehicles. Why do you refer to these companies as your vehicles, you being part of the people who own these vehicles or who are putting forward these vehicles?
Okay. As I indicated, Commissioner, to say when I receive a message, I'll usually edit it and put a name. It came, the message as find below our vehicle for land. Then I edited it, I put captain there to be given to forward to as he requested, then that's what I did on this message.
So this came from where?
From Nico.
Oh, so Nico is the one that gave you this list
Correct, Commissioner.
for it to go to the CFO?
No, he gave me the list, but because I knew that Sergeant Corsy requested that he wants to send it to the CFO, I edited the message
Okay.
according.
I asked you earlier who is Nico, and what was your answer to the question?
I said Nico is someone who deals, with issues of assisting people with, either tender document or administrative work on other aspects.
And when he says this is our vehicles, because you say that's Nico's language, when he says our vehicles, what did you understand him to be saying?
I understood it as the vehicles that they've prepared themselves.
What do you mean by that?
He has done. I think he doesn't either work alone with people who do this work.
All right, let me make my suggestion to you, what I think this is. My suggestion to you is that you are either the person you are referring to as Nico, this is your list, and all the other communication where you keep on saying Nico, you are in fact that person that you are referring to, or alternatively, you are not honest about who is this person you refer to as Nico. So if this list comes from somebody else and it's not from you, then you are not being honest with the Commission about who is the source of the list, and everything else that you have said comes from Nico. You are not being honest about that. That's the one. And I think that is the kindest I can say to you, the most generous I can suggest to you. Worse is you are in fact that person and the source of that list. And this reference to our indicates that you are part of the people that are propagating or that are promoting these companies. You can comment if you want to comment.
That's not true, Commissioner. I'm not Nico. There is Nico who does this work.
Thank you. Mr. Chairperson.
And do you still have the phone you used when communicating with Nico?
Yes, I do have my phone.
And do you have these chats on it between you and Nico?
I am not sure if the chats are still there, but we can
What
check.
could possibly have happened to them for you to say you are not sure?
There's a timer, 24-hour timer too.
Okay.
So if I understood your answers to Commissioner Baloy, you're saying that Nico came back to you with that list in chat number 1, saying, these are the companies that I prepared, that I assisted, and you should check them for compliance in this order. Is that what Nico was saying?
That's correct.
But how can that possibly be? Because earlier in the evening, Nico had said to you, I've given a mandate to Victor for these companies, and the companies that he lists in his mandate to Victor are the companies that we see at 525. Can you go to 525? So on 525, we see a list of 7 companies, but it's 7 different companies from the 7 companies that are our vehicles for land to be given Kumpuetu in order of priority. So if Nico is mandating Victor to rig the tender in favor of 7 companies, why would he choose 7 companies that he had nothing, who he had not assisted in the bid?
I'm not sure if he has also assisted these ones. I'm not sure.
But when you ask him for a list of companies who he has assisted, he doesn't mention any of those. He gives you 7 different companies.
It's because Sergeant Corsy said he must give him the different names from this one. Other additional 5 companies different from this.
So Sergeant and Corsy said, Nico must come back with 7 companies that are different from the ones that he mandated Victor to rig the bid in favor.
Correct.
But why didn't you mention that earlier? This is the first time we've heard this.
Beg your pardon?
You haven't mentioned that earlier. Up till now, whenever we discuss what Sergeant and Corsy asks for and what Nico returns in respect of companies called Our Vehicles for Land, you haven't mentioned that Sergeant and Corsy has said, don't include the 7 that you mandated Victor. We want other ones.
You just asked me now, SC, that question.
Well, I didn't just ask you that question. I asked you how would it be that Nico would mandate Victor to appoint 7 companies that weren't companies that he himself had assisted? That was my question.
Much as I'm saying, I'm not sure if he has assisted also these ones that he claimed to have given to Victor or not.
Then why did you send the list that he gave you of his mandate to Victor? Why did you send that to Sergeant and Corsy when Sergeant and Corsy wanted the list of companies that Victor had assisted?
As I indicated, SC, that I thought Sergeant Corsy then will be satisfied with the list and pick either names from this one.
No, we're talking about the first list, the mandate to Victor. Why did you send that list to Sergeant and Corsy?
I'm saying I thought Sergeant Corsy then will be able to be satisfied about either of these names of the companies then and draw the additional 5 that he wants.
And why would he want an additional 5 at this stage if he's just checking for compliance?
I don't know why did he want that additional 5 if he want to check compliance.
You see, Deputy Chief, this version that we've heard from you and in a modified form from the CFO is just utterly implausible. The texts say one thing. They ask for vehicles in order of priority. And the version that comes back is, no, we were just checking for compliance. The text on their face suggests that you, the CFO, and Sergeant and Corsy were trying to rig this bid. And you were doing it collectively. And this version of Nico being asked by Sergeant and Corsy through you which one of these bids complies and has been assisted by him just doesn't make sense for one thing, and for another is completely incompatible with the actual wording of the texts that are exchanged. And third, presupposes that the CFO is going to start scrutinizing documents which he shouldn't have access to, bids that should be under seal, or not under seal, but under lock and key before the BEC. So, how would you respond to those 3 issues? First of all, it just doesn't make sense. What's your response to that? Why would anyone be interested in checking for compliance at this stage of proceedings when it's too late to change anything?
As I indicated that It's not true. I'm not close to the CFO, and that's a fact. I only started to speak to the CFO when he requested Sergeant Corsy, I think, to call me on the 4th of March. I've never spoken to the CFO outside of work before. And if you follow all the tests that I have with Sergeant Corsy, there's nowhere where I make a follow-up if either we are winning or either how is the process going and so
Deputy
forth.
Chief,
to demonstrate interest.
Deputy Chief, Mr. Shaskalsin is suggesting on 3 bases that you, the CFO, and Sergeant Corsy wanted to rig this tender process. Now he has gone back to deal with them, I believe, serially. Now he has gone back to the first one and is suggesting to you that, one, this does not make sense. So the lengthy explanation that you are giving does not address that. Do you agree that this does not make sense? As one of the bases which, when you put them together, show that the 3 of you wanted to rig the bid. So one, does this make sense?
Commissioner, I'm trying to show him, to say my discussion with the CFO, if you can look at everything, was between, the 5th and the 6th of March only. And with regard to payments, the only discussion now is on the 25th of March. And you can't associate the two as if we have been throughout speaking with myself, I'm speaking with the CFO. I'm honest about it.
But you are speaking through Sergeant Corsy, so you are speaking all the time. So that means nothing. You are speaking through Sergeant Corsy. And I think right at the beginning you agreed when Mr. Shaskalson started probing you. You agreed that you were basically talking to each other, but via Sergeant Corsy. So you are talking throughout. The fact that you may perhaps have spoken directly at a much, much later stage means nothing.
It's not like we are speaking, Commissioner, about this process nor anything. I'm not speaking with the CFO.
So the short answer is what you disagree that
Yes.
this does not make sense. Yes, Mr. Shaskalson?
Let's look at your version, that this is all an attempt to establish which companies Nico's been helping and which of those companies are compliant. Now, my first proposition is that makes no sense. And why it makes no sense is that the bids closed on 2 October. And after 2 October, no one could lawfully change any of the bid documents. And if a bid document was compliant, it would go through the BAC. If it was not compliant, it would not go through the BAC. There's nothing that can be done 5 months later to change that outcome. So no one has any real interest in knowing that the bids are or are not compliant. In March, when the bid closing date was the previous October. What's your answer to that?
You are correct, as much as I'm saying, but that's the information that Sergeant Corsy gave me.
So you see no logical purpose that Sergeant and Corsy, or no logical lawful purpose that Sergeant and Corsy could have in checking for compliance at this stage. You can't see any legitimate purpose.
I agree with you much as I never even ask him what is happening or what's happening with these things.
So this whole process, from your perspective, is one that can have no logical, legitimate purpose.
For me, yes, yes.
So that's why I say it makes no sense. For me too, I see no logical, legitimate purpose of this process. But let's look at the second complaint that I have in relation to this version. Apart from the fact that it can have, that if it were true, this whole exercise would have no purpose. The version that you put forward is just not consistent with the texts. Nowhere in the texts does anyone say anything about checking for compliance. Can you go back to any of those texts and show where someone says something about checking for compliance?
That's what Sergeant Corsy indicated, SC.
Yes, but the texts don't say that. The texts say something different. They talk about our vehicles for land to be given ku'umfuetu in order of priority. And the earlier texts similarly convey a meaning of companies to be chosen for the land tender, not companies to be checked for compliance in relation to the bid requirements for the land tenure.
I indicated earlier on that I edited the meeting, just included, because that's what he told me, he wants to send it to the CFO.
Yes, but the wording you choose is wording that does not convey check these for compliance. It's wording that says these are companies to be given ku'umfuetu. Sorry, these are companies for land to be given ku'umfuetu in order of priority. So you're saying these are the companies that you must give to the CFO, and in this order of priority, the CFO must know that our priority is this sequence.
SC, when the message came to me from Nico, it said, find below our vehicle for land in order of priority. Then I edited the message, I added captain, then I also added to be given to Mfowethu, because that's what Sergeant Corsy told me.
But if this message did in fact come from Nico, why would Nico give you a list of priorities that didn't include any one of the companies that he had put on his list that he mandated Victor to give effect to and to rig the tender in favor of? How could that be?
As I indicated, SC, that Sergeant Corsy requested that he give me other 5, different names.
Yes, Sergeant and Corsy requested 5 other names, you say.
Yes.
When did Sergeant and Corsy request that?
He requested it on the 25th. SC.
You see, we see the first time that Sergeant and Corsy knows that Victor has mandated the 7 companies, that Nico has mandated the 7 companies that he gave to Victor is at 8:02 p.m.
Yes.
There's no communication between you and Sergeant and Corsy before you send him back a different list.
There is. I called him. I think there's incoming calls that you could pick up and an outgoing call.
So,
2 incoming call.
Well, on WhatsApp there was no communication, either voice calls or messages.
It was voice calls.
Well, there's no WhatsApp voice call between 8:02 when you send Nico's mandate to Victor and 9:03 when you send our vehicles for land.
There is one chair on 440 on top, if you can look at it.
Sorry, when?
Page 440.
Yes, but you've already... Let's go back. Let's go to 439.
Yes,
Chat 5.
439.
Chat 5, you have it?
Yes, we spoke.
No, you didn't speak. That is a text message that you send attaching Nico's mandate to Victor. That's at 8:02 p.m. You see it in chat number 5 on 339.
Yes.
And then the very next communication is chat number 1 on 440. That's at 9:03. And that communication is when you first give Sergeant and Corsy the list of our vehicles for land to be given Kuumpoetu in order of priority.
Yes.
So there's no voice call or text message in between those two messages. So how did Sergeant and Corsy convey to you that he wanted another 7 companies?
We spoke, SC, it might have been in a straight call, but we spoke.
So you're saying it would have been on a cell phone call,
Yes.
that wasn't a WhatsApp call?
Yes, we spoke on a cell phone call.
So if we requisition your cell phone records, we'll find a call between you and Sergeant and Corsy between 8:02 p.m. and 9:03 p.m. on 25 March.
That's correct.
And will you accept that if we do that and find no call, then this version is false?
Yes, I will accept.
We'll do that and we'll have it ready by Monday. But you say, Sergeant and Corsy, in this cell phone call between 8:02 and 9:03 said, send me another list. And so there should be a call between you and Sergeant and Corsy, and there should also be a call between you and Nico, because you'd have had to go back to Nico to get the other list.
We spoke, yes, through
And
messages.
would that also have been on a cell phone?
It might be as on a WhatsApp calls.
Yes. And do you have a log of your WhatsApp calls?
I'm not sure if I still have them.
Well, would you make your phone available to us just after proceedings today to look at the log of your calls to Nico?
You can have it.
Thank you. We were dealing with my second concern in relation to your version, which is that the version just doesn't match with the text. And what I want to put to you in this regard is nowhere in any of the texts, 2 propositions. First is, nowhere in any of the texts is there any suggestion that what you're looking for is questions of compliance. Do you accept that nowhere in any of the texts is there any suggestion that what you're looking for is issues of compliance?
It's not me, SC, who was looking for that. It's Sergeant Corsy.
Well, nowhere in any of the texts, is there any suggestion that what Sergeant and Corsy was looking for was issues of compliance, and what you were reporting to him in relation to his requests concerned issues of compliance?
From my side, he requested Nico to give him additional companies that have in priority how he prepared them in terms of compliance.
No, I understand what your version is, but there is nothing in the texts that supports that version. Either this was said in voice calls that we can't see, or well, we certainly don't see it in the texts. You
That's
accept that?
correct.
What we do see in the texts are messages that are consistent with an attempt to rig the tender in favor of certain bidders, though. Because the texts are consistent with an interpretation that this was an exercise of rigging a tender in favor of particular bidders. They refer to our vehicles for land to be given Kuumpuetu in order of priority. Our vehicles for land, order of priority. So the texts are consistent with an attempt to rig the bid, but not consistent with an attempt to investigate issues of compliance. What's your answer to that? Confining it just to the texts.
As I indicated, this was the choice of words from Mr. Matobela. I just edited on his messages and added what was I wanted to add.
I see. But whoever the originator of these messages was, the wording of the messages is consistent with an attempt to rig a tender, but not consistent with an attempt to investigate questions of compliance. Will you accept that? Whether it was you or Nico who wrote the wording is consistent with an attempt to rig a tender. It is not consistent with an attempt to investigate issues of compliance.
From what I was told to say, he wants to give the CFO to check for compliance in order of priority. I wouldn't accept that statement that it was to rig the tender SC.
But if you accept that at this point there could not be any checking of compliance that is useful or that serves a useful purpose, because that the ship has sailed. Now this is before the BEC, and compliance could not be checked by the CFO. If you accept that is so, which I thought you did accept earlier, then the purpose could not have been. It's reasonable to say the purpose of distributing this list could not have been to check for compliance, unless you say the CFO could. You believed that the CFO could check for compliance. If you don't say that, then you must accept, firstly, that there was no purpose to this list being distributed for compliance, and therefore it must have been distributed for something else, other purpose. And Mr. Chaskalson is suggesting what I think is the only possible explanation. It is to rig the bid.
Commissioner, it might have been that possibility, but I can't confirm because it was Sergeant Corsy's request.
Yeah, but you're assisting in it. When you distribute it, you know that compliance can still be checked at this point. If I expect that you know that. That at the time that Sergeant Corsy asks for the list and you give it to him, you know that compliance cannot be checked. Then the question, it won't make a difference because it can't be checked for compliance at this stage by Mfowethu. You know that. Then you yourself must be distributing it or sharing it with Nkosi for a different purpose, other than checking compliance, because you know compliance cannot be checked at this point.
He has asked for it, Commissioners. It's not me who's distributing it. That's what he requested, and I'm not privy to Sergeant Corsy's discussions with the CFO.
You are distributing it to him. You're giving it to Nkosi, and you're telling us that you're giving it to him so that, because he said to you, we want to check for compliance, we want the CFO to check for compliance, so you are distributing it. This is not a word play, a play on words. It's not that. It is conduct. You are distributing the list wherever you got it from, whether it's from Nico in the way you say it, or as I suggest might have been the case, is it is your list or you got it from somebody else, you are distributing it to Nkosi. Your explanation is Nkosi asked for a list, so you distribute the list. And what I'm suggesting to you, or what I'm putting to you, is you could not have believed that this list was going to be used to check compliance because you know the tender process at that stage. So you did not believe that because you either knew the true purpose of the list or in your own reasoning, you knew this cannot be to check compliance because the ship has sailed. Or a third alternative, in fact, is you knew it would be to check for compliance because you know that the CFO Mfowethu has a way of dealing with this.
I don't agree, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Commissioner Baloy has essentially touched on my third reason why this is this version of yourself and the CFO and Sergeant and Corsy is utterly implausible, which is that the CFO has no lawful access to the documents at this stage. He has no lawful access to the documents until the BEC has finished its business and made a recommendation. You know that, because he's not a member of the BEC.
I know that.
So, first, questions of compliance are in fact at this stage essentially irrelevant to anything that can be changed. The bid closed on the 2nd of October. It's not possible to cure non-compliance at this stage. You accept that?
I accept that.
So there can be no legitimate reason for wanting to know whether something is or isn't compliant. You can't fix it. It's too late.
That's correct, SC.
We've dealt with what the words of the text say, but the third issue is, if the suggestion is that this was all about asking the CFO to check for compliance, he couldn't lawfully check for compliance. He had no access to these documents that was lawful. Do you accept that?
I accept it.
So how, in the face of those three problems, do you expect this commission to believe that what was going on here was a bona fide attempt by you and Sergeant and Corsy to check whether certain companies who had been assisted by NICO were compliant?
It's not me checking, it was Sergeant Corsy, SC.
Well, the requests come from you. They say, Captain, find below our vehicles for land to be given Ku Mfowethu in order of priority. But let's assume we accept your version that you're really just responding to Sergeant and Corsy. Why should this commission believe that what was really being sought here was a list of companies that NICO had assisted, so that that list could be given to the CFO to check for compliance?
If you follow my text with Sergeant Corsy, SC, you'll realize that this matter back dates from the 9th of March. There's no way in the text, if I had, it were mine, I could have one way or the other checked for progress or inquired about these matters. There's no way in my text where I made a follow-up or inquired about this to show that I don't have, an interest in them.
Deputy Chief, you are contradicting yourself, because when it suits you and the text don't show what you are trying to say, your escape is that, I called him and clarified with him. So why should we not accept that where the text don't show you following up is because you called him and you followed up? using a normal phone call?
I did not. I think I might have either tapped on the messages to check either follow-up if they were mine. I did not call him nor make follow-up through a phone or something, Commissioner.
But earlier you said Corsy and I talk all the time and we talk about a lot of things. So the fact that in the text you don't follow up does not mean you did not follow up in other ways.
I did not follow up, Commissioner. That's true.
Thanks.
Let's now look at what happens with your messages that you sent to Sergeant and Corsy. And can we go to page 177 in file 3? And there you'll see that when you come back to Sergeant and Corsy with your list of 7 companies, 7 vehicles for land to be given Kumfuetu in order of priority.
177. File 3.
File 3. You recall that the first list that you sent to Sergeant and Corsy had only 6 names on it, and then there was a voice call, then you sent him a revised list with the 7th name, Shumile Security Service, added. And then at 9:08 p.m., he forwards your message, Captain, find below our vehicles for land to be given Kumfuetu in order of priority. He forwards that message to the CFO. You see that?
Yes.
And the CFO's response is, thanks, Mfuetu, I'm on top of this. You see that?
Yes.
Now, your evidence is that what he wanted the CFO to do was to check whether these 7 companies were compliant.
That's correct.
And the CFO says, I'm on top of this. You see that?
I
Thanks,
see.
Mfuetu, I'm on top of this.
I see that.
Now, that suggests that the CFO is going to check whether these 7 companies are compliant.
I might not be aware about it that he's going to check. I was informed by Sergeant Corsy. That's what Sergeant Corsy told me.
Well, when you read, thanks, Mfuetu, I'm on top of this, what does it suggest to you? What does it suggest to you? What do you think the CFO is saying there?
As I indicated, I'm not privy to their discussion. Don't want to make assumptions as seen.
If you were to read this, if you were to have read it, what would you think the CFO was saying? How do you understand, thanks, Mfuetu, I'm on top of this?
I don't want to comment on that.
No, Deputy Chief. You can think. All the question requires of you is your understanding of this response. Even assuming that you did not think of it at any other stage, or maybe even if you were to say, no, I had never had sight of this before. But as you read it now, what do you think it means? Surely you can think, and I don't mean this as an insult, but it's just that I don't understand your response, Deputy Chief. What do you think this means as you're looking at it now?
Much as I indicated, Commissioner, he says I'm on top of this, but I don't want to make assumptions for the CFO.
I'm not asking for assumptions. I'm asking for you to think and tell us, as you read this, what do you think it means? In the context of everything else that you know, that you have said, and even the purpose for which you had forwarded this to Sergeant Corsy, in the context of all that, when you look at this now, what do you think it means in that context?
In the context of what we spoke about, I'm thinking that he's is assisting Sergeant Corsy with his request.
Thank you. It was not so difficult after all. Please do not be evasive, Deputy Chief. Yes, Mr. Chaselson.
And that request is to check whether those bidders are compliant, as you've been saying.
That's what Sergeant Corsy indicated to me.
Now, how could the CFO lawfully check whether those bidders were compliant? The CFO wasn't entitled to look at any of the bid documents at this stage. You've accepted that.
I accepted that he can't do that.
So, on the face of it, it's looking like even on the benign version that you want to give to Sergeant and Corsy's request, the CFO and Sergeant and Corsy are agreeing that the CFO will do something that he may not lawfully do.
The CFO is doing what?
He may not lawfully do. He's going to look at the bid documents to see if these bidders were compliant. And he's not allowed to do that. He's admitted he cannot see any of these documents until the first meeting of the BAC.
Yes, the CFO, he might not have access to the document.
So how is he going to give effect to his statement that he's on top of this in a lawful fashion?
I can't answer that, SC.
Would you agree with me that there is no lawful way that the CFO can give effect to that statement at that time?
That's correct.
Let's look at the next chats. A minute later, he writes back to Sergeant and Corsy saying, "This is ours, Mfowethu. This is ours. This is the final list, right?" What does that suggest to you? And Sergeant and Corsy responds, "Yes, it's our final list."
I think the CFO explained to say that's how they speak with Sergeant Corsy. Then he indicated it's ours because that's how they refer to each other.
The CFO gave a bit of an Alice in Wonderland version of the pronouns our and we. Sometimes they mean you, sometimes they mean he, sometimes they mean I, sometimes they mean they. But you're saying that in this case, he meant it in the ordinary sense, which meant him and Sergeant and Corsy.
And that's correct.
So he was saying, he was asking Sergeant and Corsy, is this the list of you and me? And Sergeant and Corsy is saying, yes, it is the list of you and me. Is that correct? Is that how you read it?
He said that's how they refer to each other. It might not be for the CFO, but as I heard him explaining to say, it doesn't refer to yours or they refer to each other as ours.
Yes, so he's saying that was the list that they wanted.
Sergeant Corsy wanted.
No, Sergeant and Corsy and the CFO. It's in the plural, ours.
To put it differently, but meaning the same thing. So the CFO is saying here, Sergeant Corsy, this is your and my list. Do you agree? He means, Sergeant Corsy, this is your and my list. Do you agree?
I don't agree, Commissioner.
Yes, Mr. Chaselson.
So, are we back in the world of CFO pronouns, and that when he says this is ours, Mfowethu, he means this is yours, Mfowethu?
This is...
You see, he asked Sergeant and Corsy, this is ours, Mfowethu, question mark. Are you saying that he's asking there, is this your list, Sergeant and Corsy, as opposed to, will you confirm that this is the list of you and of me?
It might be that he's confirming for him to say he has received it. It's ours as they refer to each other. I mean, as brothers, they are one. So it might be a list of Sergeant Corsy, but even if he says ours, he might not be referring to him being included on it.
Well, what I want to put to you is that the ordinary meaning of what the CFO said is, this is yours and this is mine, this is ours. That's how one normally understands ours.
I don't agree to it because we sometimes adopt a way of communication with people, how we communicate, refer to each other, a particular set of standards when we communicate. It might not mean what I mean, you are suggesting, SC.
And at the time, were you aware that the CFO and Sergeant and Corsy referred to each other in ways that involved strange uses of pronouns like ours, that when they said to each other ours, they didn't mean ours?
That's how they refer to each other, as I know, to say they are one.
You see, if you go back to page 440, you'll see that after this exchange, in chat number 6, Sergeant and Corsy WhatsApped you a screenshot of that exchange. And you'll see that screenshot, which was WhatsApped to you in chat number 6 at 9:46 p.m. That screenshot appears at page 526. And there, you'll see that at the bottom, Sergeant and Corsy, sorry, can we get 526 up? And can you just zoom in at the bottom text that we can read it? Go scroll up a little bit. You'll see, Captain, find below our vehicles for land to be given Kuumpuetu in order priority El Shaddai Security Services, and the response from the CFO is, this is ours, Mpuetu, this is the final list, right? And Sergeant Nkosi responds, yes, it's ours, the final list. So at the time, you had seen the screenshot. You accept that? This was sent to you at 9:46 that evening. If we go back to page 440.
Yes.
So what did you understand to be taking place here?
He was just showing me that he's in communication with the CFO.
And that the CFO is going to do what?
He's going to assist him that we're checking these companies.
For compliance?
That's what he indicated to me.
If you go to the top of 441, you'll see that after he sends you that WhatsApp, at 10:30 that night, there's a voice call. And we've checked, that voice call lasted over 2 minutes between you and Sergeant Nkosi. At the top of page 441, chat 1.
Yes.
At 10:30 that night. And you will see there, so after he has shown you his exchange with the CFO, he calls you and you speak for over 2 minutes, 2 minutes and 22 seconds. What would you have been speaking about?
I can't recall, SC.
But you've seen now that the CFO is going to do what Sergeant Nkosi wants him to do in relation to this tender, from the screenshot.
Yes.
And you know that on your benign version, what that is that the CFO is going to check for compliance with in relation to that list of 7 companies, the vehicles for land to be given in order of priority.
Yes.
And to do that, he will have to look at the bid documents or the documents that are supposed to be under lock and key at the BEC in order to check for compliance with those 7 companies.
Yes.
But he cannot lawfully do that. He's not supposed to have access to those documents.
Which is impractical for the CFO to do that.
It's not impractical, it's unlawful.
I'm saying it's impractical because I don't think he has the keys for...
So how can he be telling Sergeant and Corsy that he's going to be checking for compliance of those 7 companies?
I'm not sure about it, SC.
He can't lawfully check for compliance with those 7 companies. You'll accept that?
I agree with you that he can't check compliance.
So I want to come back to you in your role as head of internal affairs at Tshwane. You now, on your version, have a situation where the CFO is communicating with Sergeant and Corsy. He's undertaking, on your version, to check for compliance of 7 companies in a pending tender. And you know that he cannot lawfully do that because he cannot lawfully have access to those documents. Did you take this further?
No, SC.
Why not? The CFO is committing to Sergeant and Corsy to do something which is unlawful in relation to a tender at Tshwane, on your version.
Much as I'm saying, I'm not privy of what are they talking, what is it that the CFO might have committed to Sergeant Corsy.
You know what he's saying. You've seen all of this correspondence, including this communication between the 2 of them, where they're talking about this being a final list and him saying, I'm on top of it. You know that is a fact because that correspondence is shared with you. So you should be able to answer that question. You now have the facts.
Yes,
that list came from you.
It did not come from me, Commissioner Kumar. I passed it to Corsy as he requested, yes.
So you know that because you got the list from Nico, you gave it to Corsy with a clear request that he must give it to the CFO. So you know what's going on.
Much as I indicated to say, I'm not privy to the discussions of Sergeant Corsy and the CFO. And even if Sergeant Corsy shows me many things that he speak to this one, he speak to this CFO and so forth. So, and I could not, say either that's doable or whatever the case it might be, what Sergeant Corsy is saying.
No, but you are privy to their communication. You are, yeah. One, you pass on lists and you say it's from 482. So you know that.
That's correct,
you give it to Corsy to pass on to 482. So you are privy to that communication. You know that Sergeant Corsy and your CFO are discussing bidders in a tender process or in a bid process that is still underway. You know that as a fact.
Yes.
And yeah, please, let's accept that we know you know that as a fact, because that's what the correspondence that is being shared here by you and with you tells you. Then you also get to see the communication where the CFO says to Sergeant Corsy, I'm on top of it, because it's shared with you, right? And then you get to see also is this our final list from the CFO to Sergeant Corsy. You see that because it is shared with you. So you are privy to those facts. And so you should be able to answer the question of Mr. Chaskalson's question, because on the basis that you are privy to these facts and you are head of the internal unit, whatever it's called, you should be able to act. You have the facts to act.
That's correct, Commissioner. I was privy to the information, but I did not see it the way you are putting it to say it. I could have investigated this matter.
Mr. Chaskalson.
Can we go to your statement at page 11, file 1, page 11? And there you were responding to a question at paragraph 56 at the foot of the page, which you frame as follows: reasons for me to discuss issues / matters relating to procurement of the City of Tshwane and or the TMPD, particularly in relation to TMPD 2, 1 and 3 with Sergeant and Corsy. Also provide reasons for providing Sergeant and Corsy with the names of companies or bidders for the City of Tshwane and or Tshwane Metropolitan Police Department.
It's page?
Page 11 of file 1.
Okay.
And your answer is, I haven't discussed matters relating to procurement of the City of Tshwane with Sergeant and Corsy. I merely provided him with administrative documents as he requested. See paragraph 50. The said materials are public documents. Do you stand by that answer, that you didn't discuss matters relating to procurement with Sergeant and Corsy? Because it seems that, at least in relation to what we've just been seeing, looking at, you have exchanged many texts with Sergeant and Corsy in relation to matters of procurement.
That's correct, SC. I did not discuss matters that relate to procurement.
So how do you characterize what's happened here, where we've seen a constant back and forth in relation to messages concerning TMPD1, and on your version, although the messages say one thing, you've had lots of calls with Sergeant and Corsy where he's explained that he doesn't want to rig the tender in favor of Ngapesheya and El Shaddai. He actually just wants you to check for compliance of those two companies and to check for compliance of other companies that were assisted by NICO.
Yes, SC, as I indicated, I was just transmitting the names as requested by Sergeant Corsy. I did not discuss any procurement matter with him.
So you didn't understand this question relating to matters relating to procurement to include your exchanges with Sergeant and Corsy concerning which companies NICO had assisted on the bid, which companies were compliant, which companies weren't compliant. You didn't understand it to fall within the ambit of the question.
When it says procurement matters, it's matters either that relates to, issues, of ensuring that I help me with the document compilation, also, discussing pricings and so forth, or what transpired within the bid evaluation committee, because those matters are confidential and so forth.
Well, I'm struggling with that answer because it does seem to me that everything we've been looking at would be a matter relating to procurement of the City of Tshwane, particularly in relation to TMPD1. Which bids are compliant in relation to TMPD1 must surely be a matter relating to procurement of the City of Tshwane in relation to TMPD1.
It was only me sharing what he requested, the names of bidders. I did not have any discussion with regard to any procurement matter.
No, you did, because you also gave him a list from Nico that Nico said was a mandate that had been given to the chair of the BEC. You recall that?
I agree with you much as I'm saying those were only, names of bidders that he requested, I forwarded. I did not discuss with him any procurement matter.
Well, is it not a procurement matter if what you're sending to him is a message saying that Nico tells me he's given a mandate to the chair of the BEC to rig the tender in favor of these 7 companies? Is that not a matter relating to procurement?
It's not a procurement matter, SC.
What is it then? How would you describe it?
I'll describe it as an allegation that one is indicating and the names of bidders. You might have found them, on their website and so forth, and indicated that.
But this is not a random selection of bidders pulled off the website. It's a list of 7 bidders specifically identified by Nico as the 7 bidders he has mandated Victor to rig the tender in favor of.
And there are bidders who had submitted bids in respect of this tender. So it's not random bidders. Please respond to the question by Mr. Chaskalson.
It's not a discussion on procurement matters, commissioners.
It is a discussion on procurement matter. There's an undergoing procurement tender process or evaluation process that's happening. And Victor is the chairperson of the BEC, and these companies are participating in that tender. It is a procurement matter.
I stand by what I indicated, commissioners, that it's not a procurement matter to...
Why do you say that? Why do you say that, Deputy Chief? Why do you say it's not a procurement matter? Sorry.
Why I say that, Commissioner, because the bid documents, if I was discussing either bid document, the question of the specifications, the scope and so forth, that would be procurement matters that I'm discussing with him.
Isn't the entire process starting from the specification through to the preparation of the tender document itself, through to the publication of the tender, the submission of the bids, the bid evaluation? Well, we hear from Tswane that they have something they call probity. So through the probity process, through the evaluation, through to the recommendation to the municipal manager in this instance, and the final award, isn't all of that a procurement process?
That's correct, Commissioner. That is a procurement process.
Yes. Then something that relates to any stage during that process would be something relating to the procurement process. Here, for example, it's about names being forwarded, or at least required to be forwarded, to the CFO about this same process that I've sketched from the beginning all the way to the end. And the CFO responds after those bidders, the names of those bidders have been given to him, and he responds. And these are bidders, they are part of the process in the sense that their bids are to be evaluated and eventually considered if they have been referred to the later stage, and to be evaluated by the bid adjudication, and to be adjudicated by the bid adjudication committee if they have gone to that stage. All of that surely is part of the procurement process, Deputy Chief.
I don't agree, Commissioner, because bid register get loaded on a website, it becomes public, so names of bidders does not amount to a procurement process.
This was not just about the names. It was not just about the names. It was about these are our bidders, basically. I'm paraphrasing. And these are, that's the upshot of it all. These are our, is this our list? Yes, it is our list, Mfowethu. Final list, not just any list, our final list. Final list in what process? Final list in the procurement process.
But also let me add that on your version, check that they are compliant.
Compliant with what? Compliant with the requirements for this particular tender. So you cannot escape that. You cannot escape that.
With due respect, Commissioners, I still don't agree that it's a procurement
That's because
process.
you don't want to agree. Yes, Mr. Shaskelson.
Can we go down to page 444? We're now on the...
Which file?
file 4. We're now approximately 2 weeks later. It's the 13th of April. And in chat number 3, you send to Sergeant and Corsy at 6:03 p.m. a list of 5 issues, followed by an explanation at 6:04. So your 6:03 message says lease agreement for both company and director for rates and taxes. Interpretation of PI Act. 3 years financials must be done by independent auditor and signed or certification that they've been audited. 4, lease agreement of vehicles. The document submitted of Avis is a quotation. We need an agreement with photos of vehicles, including a 5-ton truck. 5, public liability insurance for 10 million. And then at 6:04 you say, afternoon, Captain, I trust you are well and your family. Please push Becky to submit the above documents. What was this about?
As it was indicated by Sergeant Corsy to say they were dealing with a tender in Mpumalanga.
Yes, Sergeant Corsy said that it was for the Matthews Pausa municipality, but no such municipality exists. In fact, Matthews Pausa sent me a message to say there's no municipality named after me. Which municipality do you say it was?
I don't know, SC.
You say this is a different tender. It's not your tender. That's not the TMPD tender.
That's what I indicate, SC.
Why were you getting involved in this process?
Much as I indicated, I referred, Sergeant Corsy to Nico, and Nico will usually send me, messages to either forward to Sergeant Corsy. You'll still get the same of 456, the message that I also sent around May or so. So he assisted them with different, documents, tender documents.
Can I just say my difficulty with this, you being the one that talks to Nico, is you were asked much earlier, have you referred other people to Nico to assist them with their tender documents? You said, no, I know him from when I was in the army and I came back and I was in the taxi business, so I really don't refer people to him. You refer Sergeant Corsy. In fact, your evidence is you said to Sergeant Corsy, tell Begi to speak to this person. If that is so, why is Nico talking to you or to Sergeant Corsy through you and the other way around, if in fact you had absolutely no involvement other than to say to Sergeant Corsy, here's the person that you should get Begi to talk to? Why are you the one that's the conduit between them?
I think, as I indicated, to say it's a matter either of trust, to say maybe if they've spoken to me, Sergeant Corsy, Nico will do things very quick for them. And same applies with Nico. It's a thing of saying if he send me to inform, Fana, Sergeant Corsy will be able to indicate to me to say, Sergeant Corsy will be able to push Begi to ensure that, these things are in order.
Well, this is just a list. You don't have any interest in this.
No.
I take it you're going to say that. You have absolutely no interest in this.
No, I don't.
Okay. So why would you have an interest in pushing Begi and Corsy to do this, to provide this information if it's not about Tswane and you have absolutely no interest in it? Why would any one of them think you will help push?
I indicated, Commissioner, that I took interest on Sergeant Corsy on the early years while he was still at the primary school. So there are people you have compassion on.
No, this is not Sergeant Corsy's tender. You're telling us it's Begi's tender. And that's what you say, please push Begi in this. So
I was telling Sergeant Corsy to push Begi.
Yes, I'm saying, why do you have an interest in Begi's business with another municipality if this is not Tswane and it's another non-existent Matthews Posa municipality, which has absolutely nothing to do with you? Begi is not the one you've referred to as the one you took an interest in. Why would they be so keen for you to be the one that pushes Begi to submit?
Commissioner, I think there are people you will have compassion on, of which you will adopt them. The manner in which, they grew up and so forth, it touched you such that you adopt them to ensure that you play a particular role in their life.
So Nico knew that you have adopted. Did Nico know that you've adopted the people that you have compassion for, being Begi or Sergeant Corsy?
He knows that the Sergeant Corsy, I helped him from there.
But he has Sergeant Corsy's number. He could have sent this list to him, and he sends it to you instead.
Sometimes the voice of someone will make certain things to be able to be done, Commissioner.
No, there's no voice here. Nico, out of the blue, sends you this list. He sends you this list, this list of things that relate to a Matthews Posa municipality to forward. There's no voice about it, and all you do is you forward it on to Corsy, so your voice doesn't matter in the exchange of this information.
When I say the voice, I'm saying he believes that if it comes from me, they'll be able to run.
Okay. Let me, in fairness to you, make my suggestion to you lastly. This is a list from you, I'm suggesting. It's a list from you alerting Begi through Corsy that Begi needs to provide this information for his tender to be compliant with your TMPD tender. That's what I want to suggest to you. Because any other explanation, your explanation doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Considering that these people have a direct relationship with each other, you have absolutely no interest in Begi's business. You have shown that you prefer Ngapesheya to be awarded a tender, and this list I want to suggest that this was to assist Begi fix the shortcomings in his Tswane tender. Do you want to comment?
That's not true, Commissioner.
Thank you.
And then in the last chat where you say sharp, I'm also putting pressure. So this is now independent of what Sergeant Corsy is doing. Who are you putting pressure on?
I'm saying I'm putting pressure also to Nico to ensure that, he also speak to Peggy.
Why are you putting pressure on Nico?
Sometimes they have conflict. I'm not sure whether because, Nico is an adult and you can't find each other sometimes. If you check Commissioner on 445, Sergeant Corsy comes back to me and indicate the following. I had to make a call with the two of them to try and work together.
Who had to make a call?
Myself.
So you were putting pressure on Nico to work together with Becky?
To ensure that they find each other in terms of working together.
But why? What was your interest in ensuring that they work together? Because all you were doing was to put people together. What was your interest? If they have a conflict, why does it matter to you?
Much as I indicated that I took interest on Sergeant Corsy and I'll want to support him when...
But this is not Sergeant Corsy, this is Becky and Nico.
Supporting him, if he supports his brother, it's like, you'll support him.
Can I just find out, because you went too quickly to 445, even with Commissioner Kumalo, even before, he wasn't directing you there, he was asking you about Sharp. I'm also putting pressure at page 444. Who were you putting pressure on about what? Because you have a list, according to you, you have a list from Nico. You have sent it to Becky, that list. And you say, please push Becky to submit the above documents. Sergeant Ngosi says, on it, General. He responds. You say, Sharp, I'm also putting pressure. Who are you putting pressure on?
On Nico.
To do what? Because he's given you a list. Nico has given you a list that Becky needs to comply with and submit documents. Who are you putting pressure on?
On Nico to work together with Becky.
At this point, why do you think Nico is not working together with Becky? Because what has happened is Nico has given you a list of non-compliance.
For me, Commissioner, it indicated that either, there's disjuncture in terms of either communication because Nico will complain sometimes to me to say, I'll be in the office, wait for 4 hours or so, waiting and so forth.
No, these WhatsApp messages don't record that. There's a long list of items that you say are not from you. I've suggested they are from you. You say, no, but that's from Nico. We say, fine, let's work with that. That list is from Nico, right? Then you say, please push Becky to submit the above documents. You have an interest in Mpumalanga tender, or Becky's Mpumalanga tender. You say, push Becky to do this. And then Ngosi says to you, I'm on it. So Ngosi says, I'm working on it. The next thing you say is, I'm also putting pressure. And what I'm putting to you is, it doesn't make sense that you get a list from Nico and then in a short while you say, in fact, you get a list from Nico at 6:15. And then at 6:27, you are putting pressure on Nico. To do what? It doesn't make sense. He's given you a list. You are putting pressure, I want to say to you, you're putting pressure elsewhere, not on Nico.
That's not true,
And the probability is you're putting pressure internally on your Tswane people about this tender. That's what I want to suggest to you.
That's not true, Commissioner.
Mr. Cheskelson?
I want to take you to the message from Sergeant Nkosi at the top of page 445 that you referred to but you didn't read. It's chat 1, and Sergeant Corsy says, General, I spoke to Becky now. He tells me he's spoken to Nico when he was busy with documents of El Shaddai. Why would Nico be busy with documents of El Shaddai if it wasn't to do with the same Tswane tender?
I think SC, you'll understand that companies bid throughout the year. Wherever there's an opportunity, they put tender documents.
So, fortuitously, El Shaddai and Ngapeshea are both bidding for the Tswani contract tender, and they are on the list at the top of the priority list that you and the CFO and Sergeant and Corsy have been discussing, and quite fortuitously, in the context of this problem about the Mpumalanga, the alleged Mpumalanga bid, Nico is busy with El Shaddai documents when Sergeant and Corsy wants him to be busy with Ngapeshea documents. It's just a coincidence that. Is that what you're saying?
SC, I'm saying in most instances, companies that bid, they bid almost either weekly, monthly, and so forth in various municipalities and so forth. So I take they were busy with this one for other bidders also, assisting the other company and so forth.
Let's read on. He's spoken to Nico when he was busy with documents of El Shaddai. Nico promised to help, but now he's no longer answering his phone. Please check, Nico. I will push Becky. These people must know it's one thing and they must work as a team, not other way. And then, please, General, intervene. We can't lose now. We have been waiting for this for a while. Now, you're saying you're not talking about the Tswani tender. You're talking about a different tender. You're nodding.
Yes.
Now, that tender, if it exists, would still not have reached the closing date for bids if what Nico and Becky were doing was lawful. There would still be an opportunity to submit a bid in the future.
That's correct.
How does that square with Sergeant and Corsy saying, please, General, intervene. We can't lose now. We've been waiting for this for a while. What would they have been waiting for if the bid deadline had not even been reached yet?
I take SC that because the CFO is helping, Sergeant Corsy in other areas. I take it that, either they made arrangements somewhere and so forth, so much as he's saying that.
You're listening to yourself. You've just said the CFO.
Yes.
Are you listening to yourself?
Yes.
But you are being asked about Nico here.
No, I am being asked about the statement of Sergeant Corsy when he says, we have been waiting for this for a while.
So you're saying this is what's happening at Tswani?
No.
Then how does the CFO get involved?
Much as I'm saying, the CFO is assisting Sergeant Corsy in other areas.
How does he get involved in this one that we're talking about? Because here it's Nico and Becky. The issue is between Nico and Becky. How does the CFO get involved with this one?
Commissioner,
Unless it's a Tswane tender that we are talking about here.
it's not
A Freudian slip, Deputy Chief.
Sorry, Commissioner.
Never mind. Mr. Chaskelson?
You see, Deputy Chief, what I want to put to you is that if one looks at all of these texts that we've been going through, the texts between yourself and Sergeant and Corsy, the texts between Sergeant and Corsy and the CFO, and one considers your answers, the only reasonable conclusion that can be drawn is that you, Sergeant and Corsy, and the CFO were in a conspiracy to rig a bid in favor of El Shaddai and Ngapeshea. What's your answer to that?
That's not true.
And of course, we do know that at the end of the day, although there were 57 bidders who started, only 7 bidders got contracts under this tender. And 2 of those 7 were Ngapeshe and El Shaddai. You accept that?
Yes.
Chair, I'm planning to move to a completely different topic at this point. I wonder if it might not be a good time to break for the long weekend.
It is. And when do we continue?
Chair, if I think on Tuesday morning at 9:30.
All right. Deputy Chief,
Commissioner.
we will continue with the hearing of your testimony at 9:30 on Tuesday, this coming Tuesday.
Okay.
Let's adjourn.